Angelika, nice to have you here at Grenke Open in Karlsruhe, the world's chess capital, right? So, what are you doing here? What is your job?
I would love to play here, but currently I'm working in the media team and also doing a lot for social media channels, so Grenke Chess Open and Classic. Also doing a couple of interviews of the players. And well, as I said, I would love to play here, but this year I have a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah, and you're a chess fan, right? And your rating is actually your rating?
My rating is 2021 currently.
Okay, strong. And I think you're looking forward to interviewing here some of the top stars like Magnus Carlsen. Or so are you a bit nervous?
Obviously, it's really nervous to interview someone like on the level of Magnus Carlsen, the greatest of all times, the GOAT, for the first time. I already had a chance to interview Dean Liren. It was really nice. He was a very modest chess player, world chess champion. But yeah, it was really exciting. But I was kind of nervous before that.
And your origin is the Ukraine, right? And but you're here. You're living in Germany, as you already told me before, and you are here for studying, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I moved to Germany 6 years ago, and I've been studying here, and also I pursue my passion, chess, so trying to play tournaments, and also trying to be a chess influencer and work in the chess tournaments.
Yeah, speaking about influencing, you are a streamer, right? So what is your streaming channel? How's it called?
My streaming channel is Angelika Chessborn. Yeah, I mainly stream in English, but sometimes also in Ukrainian or German. Some streams like that. But otherwise, I also have an Instagram page. I'm trying to, to spread the love to chess to the whole world. So, it's really nice.
Very nice. So next time we speak in English, and I say in German, you speak absolutely fluently German, right? Very good, very good.
Yeah, I'm trying.
May I ask you, what are you studying?
I study actually German studies, Germanistics, so I have to know German well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Have a nice time here in Karlsruhe, and I think we will hear from each other.
Thank you so much. We are with Endgame of Cezanne here at the Grenke Chess Classic and Open in Karlsruhe. Welcome to Karlsruhe.
Thank you very much.
You're playing for the Baden-Baden team, but you're not in the registered list of the players. Tell us, please, what are you doing here?
That's true. I was actually always asked why I'm not playing the tournament, and I'm very happy that the tournament is back again on the big stage. But this time I decided to take part as a accompanying person, I can say. I am with a group of Czech young players, so I will be rather helping them and enjoying the atmosphere of the tournament.
So you're coaching them, you're going to help with the preparation for the event?
Yes, well, this time schedule is very difficult, so it will be very, very tricky to help them during such a short term, but I will try to do my best, and also will take a look at the games.
As you said, finally the Grenke Chess Open and Classic are taking place. Tell us, please, how special this event is for you and for the chess world.
I think this is one of the greatest events in Europe, and it was a big pity that it had to stop for a while, but from objective reasons we understand all of this, and I do hope that we can see that the hunger for such a tournament is so big that this is probably going to break all the records we have seen till now, and it's great to be part of this event, even by not playing.
Tell us, please, you're playing in the Bundesliga team. What else do you do? Because we don't really see you playing so often currently.
That's true. I'm not that active anymore, let's say, but I think it's logical because youngsters are taking charge, so that's completely fine. It was the same 20 years ago, so I'm a bit more of at the moment I'm a bit more engaged in coaching, but I still play team events when I'm needed. I'm happy to help my teams, and and still played quite some games for Banter this year. So yeah, this is the way how chess life works sometimes, and yeah, it's quite nice anyway.
Thank you so much for your time. We wish you best luck to all your students.
Thank you very much.
Magnus, you just broke into the leaderboard after winning these nice matches today. Huge congratulations. How do you feel yourself after winning today's games?
Well, I feel much better today after winning, of course. I think I had a much better day. My brain felt a bit clearer. And got two very nice fighting positions from the opening, and I managed to win them in quite a nice style, so very happy.
Did you need some time to get used to the format of this time control? Because it's not a usual time control, it's not a rapid, it's not a classical time control?
I think I needed some time to get used to playing chess overall, so it feels these days that whenever I'm playing tournaments I'm always really rusty at the start because I don't really practice enough chess apart from tournaments. So I think now I'm more or less into it, and I feel quite good.
You've been participating at the Grenke Chess Classic since 2015. How do you find this tournament? How is this evolving? And now this year we have finally the tournament after a 4-year break. How is the new format?
Yeah, it's very nice to be back. I like being here in Karlsruhe and also Baden-Baden quite a lot. So yeah, it's really good, and it's of course a special atmosphere with all the players there. It's a bit like Tata still.
This year is actually going to be a new record, 2,500 participants in the Grenke Chess Open. How does it feel to playing in such a big playing hall with all the participants from all over the world?
Yeah, it's quite fun also to be able to spectate some other games and be part of a big festival.
Since you're not taking too much time into chess preparation currently, we'd like to know how much time do you spend to work on chess and what do you do in your spare time?
I spend too little time working on chess, that's for sure. I mean, lately I've been traveling a bunch, but I'm happy to play. I still love playing.
Thank you so much, Magnus, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Hello everybody and welcome once again. We are live from the Congress Center here in Karlsruhe for the next round, round 7 of the Grenke Chess Classic, and I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by the one, the only, the king of Twitter himself, and, may I just say, a mighty fine chess player, Grandmaster Anish Giri. Anish, thanks for coming in. This is what we call an upgrade in the business.
Well, I mean, relatively. You know, like, you tricked people. There was supposed to be Peter Leko.
Yes, Peter was supposed to come. He got sick.
They brought you into it.
When they got desperate, they brought me in.
Yes, and now they pretended to be an upgrade. But frankly, it's all a downgrade after Peter Leko. What's happening here.
That's true. After Peter, it is all down. Shout out to Jan, who couldn't stay. But really glad you're here, Anish, because we're at a very interesting moment in the tournament where yesterday, not yesterday, yesterday was the rest day, but the day before was very much the Magnus Carlsen show. Not the first time, not the last time. Magnus with 100% score, beating Vincent Keimer and also beating Richard Rapport to take the lead in the tournament by a full point. So Magnus now top of the table, really rotten day for Richard. And well, there's a lot of catching up to be done here, obviously, if they're going to catch Magnus, especially because he's got white now against Daniel Friedman, which is a pairing which is favourable, one could say, for Magnus, although Daniel has shown to be very solid this tournament.
Obviously, but of course it's always like that, yeah? Somehow for people like Magnus, it always, the white game against Friedman always comes at the right moment, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah.
So, but yeah, it was a remarkable day, the previous gaming day. I mean, he mentioned this 2 Benonis on the same day. Like, when would that happen?
Yeah, I wonder if he's even ever had that in his career, having it from the white and black side.
No,
Probably not.
That would be a bad sign. If you've had 2 Benonis on the same day, that means something's wrong with you.
I love the Benoni, it's perfectly fine.
I also love it, just I don't play it.
You just don't play it.
I love watching it. There's nothing.
It's a good opening. I think we'll see plenty more as well. We can see live footage there of the playing hall from Karlsruhe, everybody getting ready to watch the Super Grandmasters come out. You can also see all of the other boards as well behind. We've got the big open tournament going on, and we've had some incredible results so far. I believe Arjun Erigasi in the first round, was it the second round?
I think it was second, I'm not sure. You mean when he made the draw against the little boy?
Yeah, exactly. He made a draw against a young FIDE master.
Yeah, it was a beautiful... I watched the interview with the player.
Yeah.
Drew against Erigasi. It was a beautiful interview.
Yes.
Very impressive. And an interesting game too.
It was an interesting game.
Very close fortress, yeah.
You know, Arjun world number 9, I believe. You know, nobody is safe in these big open tournaments. You play against a young guy who's really well booked and very talented, and they can even hold the best in the world. So treacherous ground for the top GMs to win that tournament.
Oh, this is me because I am hallucinating. Like I have 3 children, yeah.
Yes.
But I hear a child cry now. It's
not you. There is a child crying.
Okay, that's good because I'm like.
You're traumatized, are you?
Like I feel like maybe here I will be safe, from the sound.
This is like a holiday for you, right,
That's
Anish?
That's what you would think. Yeah. No, but it's
getting away, bit of relaxation, a bit of chess, some nice dinners, and
for sure. No, it's wonderful.
Sopiko looking after the kids and everybody's.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful for me to be here, of course. And
you played this event before, right?
Not exactly this one. No, I think when it was called the Grenke chess, I don't think I ever played one.
No? Oh, interesting.
Strangely. No.
Okay.
I've played, the event. It was called Dice Fasau.
Yes.
In Dice Fasau.
Yes.
It was also a giant open.
Right.
The open had a similar vibe to the one here now.
Right.
I think it was not as big.
Okay.
It was also very big. But I don't think I played one of the Grenke tournaments.
Oh, right.
No, it didn't quite happen. But I'm happy to finally make it here. And
yeah.
It's a beautiful place to be.
Yeah, it's great down here. It's a chess fever in Karlsruhe. And, let's have a quick look at the other pairings. So as we've already said, Magnus against Daniel Friedman with the white pieces. We've got Richard Rapport playing white against Ding. Ding has drawn all his games, if my mind serves me correct. And we've got MVL white against Vincent Keimer. So let's do a little predictions game, as we should. Magnus against Daniel. We have to go 1-0, I think, with Magnus's form.
I'm always curious because they say the draw is a very likely result in chess, and I'm always curious. Like, let's say if we were to make, because you like a little bit of a bookmaking.
Sure.
Marriage, don't you? It's got to be more than 50% if Magnus wins, right?
I think so. I think so.
Objectively too.
I think
or
so.
Do we have a bias? Because draw is always draw usually is a favorite. Whoever plays whoever, but it's got to be a favorite.
With
Magnus has to have more than 50%, right?
250 point advantage and the white pieces, I would say that Magnus.
And the momentum.
And the momentum, yeah. I would say Magnus is big favorite. So I'm going to go for a Magnus win.
Yeah, you have to, I think you have to. I think
Okay.
it's like a 60% that Magnus wins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rapport ding.
Ding's draws, they don't leave an amazing impression because, well, he escaped some amazing games.
Yeah.
Some of them by just pure luck. Like the one with the rapport, the one with Vincent, he had two options: King E4, King G4. Both seem equally winning.
Right.
One was not.
Right.
So pure luck there that Vincent didn't manage to win that one. And when Ding got a small chance against MVL to mill that extra pawn, I was very surprised that he just didn't even try.
Bailed out, right?
I mean, that it would be a draw is normal. It's still, I guess, still very solid for black.
Yeah.
But he didn't even slightly try. Like, even to move around a bit. He didn't push the slightest. So I'm still worried for Ding, to be honest, for his form. So I'm not sure he'll be able to keep up all the draws. But today he's playing Richard. Richard's a bit of a friend, isn't he?
Well, he is. Yeah, I mean, they worked together when he became world champion. And so the question is Richard going to go for blood today?
Yeah, does he want to hurt him?
Does he want to hurt him? Will he be working with him again? And the answer is probably yes for the next World Championship cycle.
Not at all sure.
I'm not sure, but look, the draw must be the favourite result here. But you know what? I'm going to go for a Richard win with the white pieces.
I'll take the draw.
You take the draw.
Because it is, in this case, the most likely one.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
MVL Vincent Keimer. Wow. MVL also has been not at his super maximum best, I would say. He's shown, all of the resourcefulness and resilience that he's made his name. He's made his name in, just being an unbelievably, resourceful player, but not at fifth gear, in my opinion, MVL. And Vincent also, some really unfortunate moments playing King E4 instead of King G4. Yesterday, also not beating Daniel Friedman in a completely winning ending. So his endings have really been letting him down this tournament. MVL with white? What do you think about this one?
I think it's going to be a draw because, because I think it is going to be a draw. But certainly an interesting game. Don't know what to predict even in the opening. Maxim used to be a 1e4 player always and every day, but now he's experimenting with different things. Could play some sideline. Yeah, very curious. He might also go for some nimsa. Sometimes he likes to do some nimsas. As Vincent has this peculiar thing he does there. Yeah. I think if I have to predict from 3 games, we already picked 1 win for white. I'll take the safe route and predict the draw here. Yeah.
The very safe route.
Very safe.
Okay, I'm going to go for an MVL win because I think the 2 draws by Vincent, that's going to leave him a bit restless. Yeah, I think when you draw 2 winners like that, you have a restless night's sleep. An MVL with white, allez le bleu. Okay, we can see the stage there. Sven Noppers, the tournament organizer, was walking around. We have Angelika there, who is doing a lot of social media work and the interviews. She's doing a great job. We've had more of the camera crew, which means that it will be time any minute now for the players to arrive. Of course, there are other boards there as well, because the top boards of the Open tournament are also there. So we'll see some other top Grandmasters. And really looking forward to it. Remember, we've got 2 rounds today, so a bit like before the previous day. So we've got a round now, we'll have a small break, and then we'll have round 8 in the early evening. And really looking forward to it. Remember, you can always tweet. We've got the @GrenkeChess Twitter. Tweet at myself, tweet at Anish. We can't read the tweets so easily during the play today, but we will catch up keep the tweets nice and friendly and insightful. Insightful. We want to see insightful tweets. That's what we want.
What else do you want, Lawrence? Please tell me all what you want.
What do we want? Wow, the list is
insightful tweets. I mean, please, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's a hard ask.
Go to massage.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, and a Thai massage would be lovely.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a Thai massage?
No, you speak to the wrong commentator. I think Jan was the big.
He used to go to Thailand, but I can recommend it because what they do is, I don't know if you know, it's not like a normal massage, but they use the ceiling and they use the ceiling, so they stand on you and they use their weight, and it's if you've got really sort of what's the word, tough muscles, I can't even remember the word in English, then it's very good. Highly recommended. Sven Noppers, I'm sure he's had a Thai massage.
Oh, he looks like he did. Yeah.
He looks like the sort of guy who's had a Thai massage.
Yes. Do you know the players that get called out one by one?
They do.
Yeah.
They get called out one by one. I like this. And by the way, on that topic, I was always in favour of a darts-like walkout or boxing-like walkout for chess players.
Yeah.
Music, you choose your own theme tune, you high-five the crowd. You've watched the boxing. Boxing is massive in the Netherlands, right?
Yes, you mean the kickbox? We have the kickbox.
No.
The Rico, yeah?
Sorry, the darts, I mean, the darts.
We also have, I think, a heavyweight champion, Rico Verhoeven, also. Good
Yes, you do.
Kickboxing, I think.
You have,
but darts as well, yeah.
Darts is huge.
Yes,
You've got,
I mean, yes, I guess Holland and England, right, are the two countries?
The two, it's Holland and England predominantly. You've got Michael van Gerwen.
Yes, Van Gerwen, yes. Yeah.
Michael van MVG. You've got all the other.
Barney.
You've got Barney. You've got so many legendary, and they come out to the music when they are introduced. Now, I would love to see that at a chess tournament one day in the future. Maybe something that's a bit less formal.
I think, giving away your musical taste is a very intimate.
Is it?
Intimate thing. I feel that way. Would you comfortably share your music?
Yes, because I've got great taste.
Yeah, but you're one of those people who is overly confident. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I certainly would love to walk on with the music.
Mm-hmm. What music? What song? What's
great question.
This one, this tun. Dun, I have a tiger, yeah, probably your thing.
No, but Eye of the Tiger's been done. I would have to think about which one. Actually, I do have one in mind, but I'm going to save it just in case one day I need it. It'll be a good surprise for you. Okay. What would your song be, Anish? Oof. What would your...
I just told you I'm very uncomfortable sharing my
Okay. Let's do this. Twitter crowd, everybody watching this, tweet which song would best suit Anish as his walk-on music for a chess tournament.
You're really provoking.
I'm really provoking. It's early days, but I would love to see some suggestions. Of course, there are millions of ideas, but I want to see what the Twitter crowd has to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go in any direction, also, right?
You can. Yeah, it depends on your mood.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you can. So many different eras, different countries, different types of music. Yes.
What kind of music do you like in general, Anish?
Very diverse.
Very diverse. Okay.
Taste, very, very diverse taste. There are a few things I don't like.
Okay.
Like I'm very bad with like heavy metal. I don't like.
Okay.
Like I like for example, even I was arguing with my friend recently, like Metallica, for example. There's only the one song of them that I can listen to. Obviously, the mainstream one. Nothing else matters. Right?
Nothing else.
Yes, I can. But like
that's one of their top songs. But yes.
I mean, we were arguing whether that's their top song or not. And I was telling him that that's like the only song which kind of is really mainstream in a sense, and everything else is much more rock.
Because it's a bit more of a ballad.
Very
right.
much so.
Yeah.
And so Rammstein, for example.
Oh wow!
I cannot Rammstein.
Okay, you cannot. No. So you're not a Rammstein. So we'd have no heavy metal.
Yeah, death metal is like literally for me the worst. Genre. But other than the heavy rock, heavy metal, death metal, other than that, I can do many things. I like the hip hop.
Bit of hip hop.
Pop is very fine with me. Okay. I can classical music sometimes. It's beautiful. Why not?
Would you come out to a classical track?
Just to maybe just.
It's a bit too
to show off.
To show off.
Yeah, to be pretentious. Like a little bit of coming out to the Mozart. Against the Mozart. It's a nice.
It would be very you. I could get behind it. Yeah. Sven Noppers.
spitting some bars. Huh?
Yeah, he's rapping as we
rapping,
speak.
yeah.
No, Sven is doing his MC job, which is, of course, very nice because we get new people every day, so it's not the same crowd. And
All
today,
the same, yeah? Every time the same intro.
yeah, different intros. I haven't actually listened to it, but I guess slightly different. The reason being, yeah, tournament changes, all that kind of stuff. And of course, today is Saturday, if I'm not mistaken.
It is.
So we'll get a very, very packed hall today with nobody having to work in theory.
Oh yes, beautiful day for chess fans to come.
It is, right?
Absolutely.
Beautiful day.
Why not?
And you can see there, look at that crowd already. That's impressive.
You know what's the most amazing part is that this giant playing hall. You can't even see all of it here from this angle, but it's much larger. But it's not the only playing hall. There are two more. There are two more playing halls,
Yes.
which are just as big.
That's what Jan was saying. Yeah.
Crazy.
So if you can imagine everybody in that hall, behind that, there's another huge playing hall. Over 2,700 players. The biggest open in the world, Anishgiri. The biggest open in the world.
Stuff.
Crazy.
Yeah, amazing.
And congratulations for the flawless organization of this tournament. Not one complaint so far. They've got good catering, so there's food, drinks for all the players. Of course, the location is absolutely perfect for not just people in Germany. This is a fully international tournament. We've got Grandmasters from all over the world. Pretty easy to get here. I guess a lot of people would fly to...
You can fly to Amsterdam, then take 1 hour train to The Hague, and then drive 6 hours from The Hague to Karlsruhe.
That's one way of doing it.
That's one way of doing it. I mean, it's a route I've tested, so I can remember.
That's one way of doing it. I guess some people have flown into Munich or Stuttgart or some southern cities. I'm not quite sure. I guess you could fly into Dortmund as well, although I'm not sure.
Does Dortmund have
I thought Dortmund had a small one, but I'm not completely sure if Dortmund has an airport actually.
Yeah, I've been to Dortmund. I think
it does.
There.
Somebody correct me. Anyways, it's a very reachable city, basically, and so it's perfect. And actually, as I think Jan or somebody else commented the other day, what a perfect location for an Olympiad this would be, because the hall is big enough.
Absolutely, and they
Right?
would basically. They already are like a well-oiled machine in a sense.
Exactly.
They've run this event, so
Exactly.
for them it would be just the same almost, right?
It would be super easy, and there's enough hotels in the region,
True.
yeah. I wonder if one day that's an option. I'll talk to Sven. We'll mention it to Sven. I'd like to see of course, the last Olympiad in Germany was in Dresden, I believe.
Oh yes.
Were you there?
No, that was the
Was that just before
last
you?
one that I did not play, probably. Yes.
Were you?
Turin is 2006, Dresden 2008 or something like that. Or?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, I think I did play the Turin and Dresden, and then I played from 2010.
2010
Probably
onwards.
Kanti-Mansisk is my first one then. Yeah.
So you've been board one for the Netherlands for how many?
So first one I did play the board one. I was already maybe second in my team, second with I think Van Velde. Luke Van Velde were probably equally rated, about the same. But I played for board 3. I was supposed to be like the striker.
So it was Luke, Erwin, then you? No.
I was behind everybody. So Erwin was there. Stellwagen was
Daniel
there.
Stellwagen and Smeetsy boy.
Yes, I think I was maybe like behind all of them. But there was a sort of idea I would be like a striker. I think Mamedyarov did that trick at some point. I'm going to put Mamedyarov at the bottom of the team to win a lot of games.
I think they did that with Wei Yi as well in the 2014 Tromsø Olympiad, where they had, I think they had
Wang
Yu
Wang
making
Yu.
draws
Wang
on
Yu,
board
yes.
one, solid guy, and Wei Yi just scored +7 on board 3 or whatever it was.
Yes, but then from the next one I must have played on board one.
Right.
Yes, that's been over 10 years for sure. Yeah.
You are not even 30, are you?
This year I'm turning.
You're 30 this year?
Turning 30, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You haven't aged a day. You've been around forever, but you look the same.
You too.
Yeah.
No, you really do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know you're lying, but I appreciate
Maxime though
it.
does look different.
No, Maxime he looks.
The beard is a
It's the
giveaway.
beard. Yeah, but I like the beard.
I know.
The beard suits
I can
him.
tell.
Yeah.
You guys
I'm a
go
beard
to the
guy.
same barber.
Yeah.
He's uploading your beard there. Yeah.
MVL there playing against
He's playing against Vincent.
Vincent,
Daniel
but
came
Vincent
out.
is not there. They're introducing them a bit randomly. MVL there adjusting his pieces. One thing I like about MVL is that he doesn't really tilt, I feel, or at least he doesn't show it easily.
He doesn't show. Yeah, he doesn't tilt mentally, but he does have a bad. He had bad streaks, bad runs for sure. But his mental presence and his mood, he's still present, and he's. He doesn't go and start shaking his head and whine to everybody about how unfortunate life is. No, he's always there. He's fighting. Oh, Richie's the hair.
Richie Rapport
my God,
has
beautiful
long blonde hair.
Yeah, it's somehow it's never been this beautiful. I think
It's
the hair peaked.
He must have the longest hair, for a Super Grandmaster of all time. I can't remember another Super GM with that long hair.
I mean, he's got this absolutely like it's what you know better. What is it, like the 80s? It's the 80s, right?
Yeah, he could be like an 80s Swedish rock band singer.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't even like the Beatles kind of people who were trying this kind of stuff?
No, his hair is longer. His hair is definitely a sort of metal from the 80s. He could belong to any metal band.
Metal, yeah. Okay.
Metal or rock, actually. He could be in a Bon Jovi tribute band or something like that. I don't know.
Amazing.
Vincent Kaima is not far behind. He's really letting that hair grow.
But Vincent, he's got this beautiful Mozart,
the
Mozart look.
Yeah, he really
he's perfected
does.
the Mozart look, I think.
He really does.
Yeah. I think he's from a musical family. So
Exactly.
They're proud of their son, I think.
Oh,
right now.
no doubt
Certainly,
about it.
Yeah.
German number 1, 19 years old.
Amazing.
Incredible talent, very mature. And as I said to Jan, I think he could be world champion one day. I really do. I think he's got the X factor.
The first time I saw or heard of him was in Grenke Open. He was a little boy.
That's right.
He won that Open.
He
remember?
won the Open.
Like
I was
way too early. He was so
playing
little.
in the same tournament.
You were, yeah?
I was playing,
Wow,
yeah.
Wow. Have you not played? Everything else would be different. The history would not be the same. Butterfly effect. No, I'm telling you, you're
the butterfly effect I'm a big believer in.
No, it's a fact. It's not something to believe in, it's a fact.
And we have the ceremonial first move there. 1 pawn to e4 Magnus. He's played a few d4 games. Is he going to leave that on the board against Mr. Friedman? Now, he might do, and he does.
Petrov or not?
No, he's going to stick with his French, which he played the other day.
The Petrov is in the past, though, because I always associate Friedman with the Petrov.
Indeed. No,
I think he taught me, when he was coaching me a little bit back in the day. He was one of the people who taught me the Petrov at the very start. But the French is the French now, yeah?
Ooh, the Tarrasch. One of my old favorites.
Didn't you do an ancient series on that?
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, you commented it on my one time.
Yeah,
you said it was good.
Yeah.
Did you?
You don't have to embarrass me like that in front of everyone.
No, but I think you said
it was a personal message. Don't leak our personal.
Don't leak it. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I've just leaked it.
This is get an isolated pawn very soon.
Let's just quickly go back because it's important that we just go. So this is the Tarrasch opening, named after Ziegler Tarrasch. The idea of this, protecting the e4 pawn, and of course we have to do this, Anish, because we've got a lot of new players watching. The idea of this compared to knight c3 is that after knight c3, black has got the move bishop b4, which pins the knight, and it's called, oops, that's a skew with. Pins the knight, and it's called the Vinavo variation. And the point is, after knight d2, of course, this move doesn't make any sense anymore because you can block the pin with c3 and you've wasted a very important tempo. There are drawbacks, of course, to having the knight on d2. You can't move your pieces out. And now, Friedman, this or the move knight f6 is the main move. And here, Magnus takes on d5, which is certainly one of the main moves, and Friedman takes back with the pawn, the other main line being queen takes d5, where things can get very sharp after white brings the knight out and then brings the bishop out very quickly, getting quick development. I've had a lot of positions like this with white, very interesting, but takes is a bit more solid. Magnus now gives a check on b5, knight c6, and throws in a check on e2. Now, that is interesting. Certainly not the main line.
You know what's a fun fact? You want a fun fact? Or
Go
is it
on.
early for that?
No, no.
So there's this line that Carlsen played in Norway chess against Alireza. You can show. So it goes 1 e4.
I'm going to just get this bar out of the way. Cause
Yeah, I think you go to more. I'm like an expert of the Zoom.
That's okay, I got it.
It's Angelika, yeah. e4.
Yep.
c5.
Yep.
Knight f3, e6. And he
By the way,
played
this mouse is terrible, which is why.
he played
Yeah.
bishop d3.
Yeah.
And now black can play d5.
Yes.
So the idea is that here you go e d5, e d5.
Yes.
Bishop b5 check. Or I don't know if that's the idea, but you can do that.
Yes.
And now, basically, okay, let's say knight c6 or something like that. d4.
Yes.
Now you have the same position, but with the knight still being on b1.
Ah.
Because you wasted a move on bishop d3 to b5
Uh-huh.
instead of going knight d2. So it's kind of funny that he played that system
So
there, and now he's getting an extra tempo. So he's thrilled. He's like, thank you.
He's thrilled.
I was already happy, and now I'm having an extra move.
Okay, so queen e2 check. So you have to deal with this check somehow, and there are a few ways to block. Queen e7 must be a move, but
Feels very natural. Yeah, I think that's probably the. I would suspect that queen e7 is like the old move, and the new move is like bishop e7, knight f6, castle, give that pawn.
right.
I have a feeling that I have seen something like that. I have also seen variations where black gives a check queen e7, not white.
Yes.
That
Yes.
I mean, with the open e-file, both sides can give a check first.
Yes.
It's different.
I think that's with the knight on f3. In fact, if we go here,
I think knight
If
f3,
knight
queen e7,
f3,
bishop
queen
e2, queen
e-
c7, yeah, something like that.
something like that. Queen e7 check is definitely a move here,
Yeah, and then after bishop e2, queen moves over. So starting here, bishop
and
king
queen
e2 also-
c7. Yeah.
Yeah, not queen c7. Yeah,
Interesting.
Friedman started thinking, which is a little early for usually for his standards because he's very well prepared. But maybe he doesn't remember the details. Yeah, queen e2 check a bit rare. I guess, yeah, bishop e7, dc knight f6, this is the principled way to go. You can try to hang on to the pawn, knight b3, short castle, some bishop e3 maybe, but yeah, you have to be very careful with white also, some knight g4 kind of things. I guess it's just prep, maybe long castle somewhere is the idea. It must be Magnus's prep, not envying Daniel here.
Very interesting. But Daniel clearly caught off guard, which is not great news for him, actually.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
All right, let's move on because I've seen a very interesting position in Rapport versus Ding with a knight on e2. So Richie starts with e4, e5. We have the bishops opening. We have a Vienna. And now instead of either d3 or knight f3, which have to be the main moves here, definitely, he puts the knight on e2. Reminds me it reminds me, Anish, you'll know this better. I commentated the game, but I can't remember where it happened, where he played this one. Do you remember he played that?
Who played that?
I think Rapport played that, didn't he?
Oh,
And it went knight f6.
Rings a bell. And d4, right?
d4,
This
yeah.
rings a bell. Oh, yes. Rapport played that, yeah?
Yeah, I think it was in a very high-profile game as well.
Suddenly it rings a bell, yes. I forgot about it completely. Oh, yes, exciting.
So he likes the knight on e2, does Richie?
Who doesn't? But this bishop c5 move order, yes. You know bishop c5? It allows also this f4 kind of thing. So like there was this beautiful game in Vaikanzai which went d3, c6, f4. And it gets absolutely wild. Like it went like e d5, knight g4 or something it went, or
d5, yeah?
I think d5, e d5, probably castle, fe knight g4, something like that. It was completely wicked. Or knight g4 directly, yeah, or maybe castle, fe knight g4, and then knight f2 picked up the h1 rook. It was absolutely wild.
Well, who was that?
It was Vachier, actually, against
Vachier.
Max Armendam. So I would imagine that for d3, f4 is something that both players were definitely aware of, but Richard tried to surprise Ding with knight e2. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm completely up to date on this. It becomes very interesting very soon. So after castling,
And c6, very principled.
yeah,
trying to
d4,
get
d9, d4. You know what you're getting is actually kind of a reverse. It's like black is playing with white, white is playing with black.
Yeah. Takes, and just d5. And just Ding just says, you know what? I can have the IQP, no problem. After takes. bishop b3. It looks quite good for white because you've got all of this pressure on d5. But black's pieces are also very, perfectly placed. And I wonder here, bishop g4 looks like a move I would be very interested in, just to displace this.
Yeah, it's really
queen.
the question of whether white can consolidate control over the d4 square or not. And my intuitive feel is that against the best play it shouldn't be the case. Like black should be able to have some powerful dynamic solution, somewhere bishop d4, queen d4, knight c6, and then d4, and some sort of a forced equalizer.
Even that here might be.
Maybe after provoking, after maybe before, but something like bishop d4, queen d4, knight c6, and then d4, but you have to be accurate because now you also give up the bishop pair.
And then let's say this looks like a natural move to me, and
yeah,
d4.
This looks like a Richie move, yes.
And the point is, yeah, you have to go knight e2 here, right? There's no
knight,
other.
knight e4 maybe also, but yeah, then it takes rook e8.
And takes on rook
Yeah,
e8.
even bishop e6 afterwards. Yeah, this will be the equalizer.
Yeah, no problems for black there, I think.
Richie is choosing, by the way, after cd. What is he choosing from? Maybe he wants to move the bishop somewhere else. Can you also
Where else can it
to
go?
e2? I guess, yeah.
To e2. That's very tame. Oh, but then you can go.
Bishop. Do you want to go
Knight
bishop e3 and you protect it with the g4 square?
Yeah, this is actually a very sensible move.
I think white is okay with being very modest as long as he can consolidate that d4 square. Because all you need really is that small pressure against the potentially weak d5 pawn. You just want to consolidate. You want to trade a bunch of pieces, keep the knight on d4, and then just milk that isolated pawn as long as you can. And funny enough, Carlsen is facing a very similar situation, also playing against the isolated.
Today's an isolated d-pawn round, and it looks like. We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's check out the last game we've not checked in with, MVL against Kaima. And we have e3. So we have an Nimzo, sorry, I went past way too quickly there. Nimzo Indian, as Anish predicted. e3, castles, and bishop d2. This funky new system which really only became popular in the past 5 years.
Forgotten old, because I remember there was a player, probably is a player, René Stern, a German player, and at some point I played him in the European Individual Championship, and he played only bishop d2 Nimzo. And I remember back in the day, I was thinking, this is so stupid, I must be already better with black. And I think I even found something where I thought I'm better, or whatever. Probably I even won the game. But now, many years later, this line is like one of the most popular lines.
Unbelievable.
And it's completely crazy. Yeah, there's it looks so dumb.
It looks
so
really
dumb.
passive to put the bishop here. This is like when I was playing under 13 championships, people would do this because they just didn't know what to do against the Nimzo.
Yes.
But it's just become a main line. The point being that actually it's not so easy for black to fully equalize if he's a bit careless.
You want to kind of, basically, you want to collect the bishop after a3, bishop takes a3, and you don't want to ruin your pawn structure.
Yeah.
So it's as simple as that. You anticipate bishop takes c3, you want to take with the bishop. But of course, what happens a lot is that the bishop moves away from before.
What happens, just humor me if I do this, because...
Well, it's a pity, of course, to take the knight without being attacked with a3. But after this, let's say I got knight e2.
Yeah.
I do have a little bit more space.
Right.
A little bit more space. You mean that, let's say, knight takes c3, knight takes c3, even, let's say, directly, just for argument's sake.
Yes.
And then d6, you're
Or
very
d5,
solid.
yeah.
Or even d5, yeah. But, okay, if d5, then at least, some Carlsbad structure is there. But especially after d6, black has no weaknesses. Very solid, but lacks some space. White has easy development, and despite having regained the bishop pair, you can still be under a little bit of pressure in these positions. So I wouldn't take directly, but as we see in the game, eventually Vincent did take on c3.
Yeah, he played one of the main moves, which is to go b6.
Yeah, sensible for sure.
The
order is a little bit peculiar, like b6 and then bishop d3. I think that is still normal, and now c5. I think that's very rare, but I think Vincent might be very well versed with these things because his German buddies are playing this stuff with white all the time.
Right.
I think Blue Baum is played a million games with all kinds of e3 bishop d2.
Right.
So Vincent must be completely aware of all the possible intricacies here. I actually think knowing Maxim, he should be out of book after c5 because I think this is really rare.
Okay, so yeah, because the main move has to be bishop b7 here.
Of course, most obvious move, yeah.
And then after knight f3 d5, we're in pretty much the main line for this whole variation, right?
this is some sort of a tabia that you can get with different move orders, of
Right.
course. Yeah, you can imagine that first pawn can appear on. You can get it via Ragozin move order too, and the pawn is already on
Right.
d5, and then bishop comes to b7. You can get it from all sorts of orders. But yeah, this is a big position you get indeed. But White had both sides have options to deviate on the way, and that's what Vincent did. The c5 move. Yeah, a3.
Okay.
Not sure at all if that's principled. Not sure. Many options were there. d5 very principled too, of course, instead of a3.
Instead of a3, yeah, d5.
But very, very risky, responsible move. You have to know what you're doing here.
Yeah, because black has got takes, and now he can save bishop b7 instead, go bishop a6, trying to eliminate this light
Or
square.
something
bishop.
else. Yeah, I don't know. Many ideas. Maybe some rook e8, bishop b7, c4. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what's the point here. Very unusual position. But a3 maybe not the most obvious of the moves, because like you showed, yeah, you can take on c3, but now after a3 definitely take on c3. And okay, cd4, dynamic solution, bishop d4, knight c6.
Gain
White
tempo.
keeps the bishop pair. Maxim loves the bishop pair.
Yep.
But of course, black is very dynamic and gain a lot of time in the process and better developed. And likely might regain that bishop pair after dc4 next and knight e4. For example, knight f3. Just take
So
it.
if knight f3,
Yeah,
we just take.
knight e4, and there's nothing that's gonna remain of White's advantage.
Do we trade queens first or knight e4?
No need.
No need, just knight
No
e4.
need. Yeah, let him trade. Just call it. The bishop has nowhere to go, and these positions are after dead equal. Nothing's happening here.
Yeah, even something like this, you can trade, take, bishop b7.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable for black.
Queen
Nothing
comes
talk
to
about.
e7,
Yeah,
maybe
nothing
even
to-
into f6 is not.
It doesn't matter at this point. Black has developed all the pieces, got rid of the bishop pair, very comfortable. So it's on Maxim now. He sees this variation incoming, and he's big question on him. Are you going to fight for advantage? Try to fight for advantage, or are you going to just let this one go?
The question is, how do you fight here? Because I don't even see a way to stop this idea.
Yeah, I think frankly he's gonna just develop the knight to f3 or e2.
And just accept that this went wrong, basically.
A little wrong.
A little
draw
wrong.
Draw is not the end of the world.
Right.
But yeah, of course you wanna fight for advantage with White. I mean, you can try like from the moves of like so-called ambitious moves, like some queen c2. But
I was going to say queen b1.
Okay, but queen b1 for sure you're gonna be worse. But queen c2 also like, yeah, I mean, so many options for black. d4, e5. I don't know. It's not.
I don't like this.
It's not an attempt to fight for yeah.
No,
And
no.
also queen b1. I have so many options. It cannot be the way.
d4 castle's long? No, it's really ridiculous, right? Because
Too
I
much
give up
material.
3 pieces.
No, it's too much material. Yeah, DC and match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to show that I was trying to be very clever with this, because there's the pin, but after takes, check. Here he even throws in c takes b2, intermezzo,
Yeah.
and
You need one more piece
We
with
need
White
one more piece.
for it to be interesting.
it looks as though the queen for the 3 pieces is okay, but it's absolutely not. This position is dreadful with the weak king, and White shouldn't survive this with best play. So that doesn't work. So Maxim slowly starting to realize, I think, that probably a3 in the opening was wrong.
Yeah, Vincent's opening idea. Well, I know these lines reasonably well, so I'm certain that this c5 is very rare. I don't expect it to be a novelty or even new at a reasonably high level, but it's definitely rare, and I think it caught Maxim off guard, and then it secured Vincent a very comfortable game. So very nice prep here by Vincent, and I think theoreticians will have to go back and look after c5 at different options. Maybe this d5, I guess, is where the fun is.
When you say theoreticians, you mean people like you?
And me, like you and me.
No.
People
I'm
like
out
us,
the game.
like us,
I'm out the game. I'm out the game.
You're out. Yeah, you're
I'm
done.
out. I'm out the game. But I will happily watch you guys. What happened in the Carlsen game? Well, we last saw queen e2 check, and Daniel did play queen e7.
Yeah, if Daniel was out of book, like 100% he was going to go queen e7. He loves queen trades.
He does.
But I was thinking maybe he's in book, and then maybe bishop e7 is the main move. Yeah, Carlsen, of course, he's loving this endgame. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, this
Oh,
is
he's loving it.
torture.
No, you know, it just. He's walking around, you see, he's completely loving himself now. He's just having so much pleasure.
Yeah, and this is a dangerous spot.
Salivating over that endgame he's going to play. The dark squares, oh my god.
And by the way, Magnus here checking in a game of none other than Dima Kollers. Dimitri Kollers, one of Germany's best. Saw him a few weeks ago at the German Chess 960 Championships that took place in Berlin. I played. Dima was there. I played at Friedman. I was lost in 3 moves with White, which is very impressive to be in a 960 game.
It's
Very
freestyle chess for
impressive.
you. Yeah.
But Dima was there. Dima, you know, young guy, 26, 30, 40, 50-ish, I think, around that area. Certainly would love to win the Open tournament in order to qualify. And then we can see also Mr. Hans Niemann.
Is it Rudik or not? It looks like Rudik to me, the guy. My buddy Rudik.
I don't know.
Who plays, is Sarana, right? That's for sure Sarana.
That's Sarana?
This guy looks so much like Rudik. Is it Rudik?
I have no
I
idea.
need to know if Rudik is in the house, because Rudik is, it caused me a lot of pain. Rudik caused me a lot of pain.
Hans Niemann up there?
They're all there.
Is that Christopher Yu?
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. But that's the trick, yeah? With the masks, you never know.
Because Christopher Yu I know has played here before, so...
I think I spot, okay, that's for the safe, and I think I spot Injic at the back. There's some Injic vibes there at the very back.
Yes.
It's really nice for the guys that they get to share the stage.
It is.
With the, you know, and they feel like they're part of the elite.
Well, they are part of the elite, in my opinion.
Exactly. Maybe it's not Rudik.
No,
it's not Rudik.
I'm not sure who that is.
No, it's not Rudik. But then who? Oh, is it Maurizi? Is it Marc-Andrea Maurizi?
Is it Maruzzi?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, he
It's,
changed since I last saw him. No, it's not Maruzzi. He used to have long hair.
Okay, you can cut your hair as you.
No, I know, but the last time I saw Maruzzi was in Corsica.
I mean, also, like, it's a bit unfair. I have to try to guess from behind who these people are. It's not like, you know, I'm an expert on how they look from those particular angle.
Yeah.
Yes, but
is that really Maruzzi? Could be.
It could be Maurice. There is some
fun fact about Marc-Andrea Maruzzi. What else is he really good at?
Supposed to be football, right?
Good footballer, good soccer player.
That's what they all say all the time.
Yeah, I played football with him, and this was when I didn't have fantastic player.
Yeah.
Fantastic player.
Wow.
In fact, he was playing a local. At some point, he had a similar trajectory to Peter Lecco, where he had to make a decision about either playing football or playing chess. But he wasn't, I think, quite good enough to really push the football thing. But I think he played the local leagues in Corsica and.
Well, I mean, if you could get as good at football as you got at chess, that's quite something.
Unbelievable. And look at the crowds there, Anish. That's got an old school vibe to it. When was the last time you saw a crowd like that watching the top
Well,
games?
actually, I'm spoiled. So I'm coming from the Netherlands. We've got I'm spoiled with this type of attention and this type of love for chess. We've got that too, but I'm happy to see the more and more tournaments like that. I think that's nice.
Yeah.
Because, you know, sometimes nowadays with these anti-cheating security measures and all that, you have some tournaments lock themselves up completely from everybody, and it's a very, very private event, to the point that it feels like almost a birthday party of one of the players.
Right.
There's like literally nobody else. There's like 10 players, 1-2 arbiters, and an entirely empty playing hall. And this is a very different story. I think it's much more alive vibe. The games, by the way, are progressing at a fast pace.
Let's go. So just to explain very quickly this Carlsen game, the conclusion of this opening battle is that Friedman has been left with this isolated queen's pawn, which is a very different isolated queen's pawn to the one that we see in the Ding game, because Ding has got all of this activity and has already forced a concession from Rapport, whereas Friedman is unable to force a concession here from Magnus. So Magnus has got a clear plan of consolidating his position, getting castled, and then very slowly, or not even maybe very slowly, but very effectively targeting this weak pawn. And Daniel Friedman is going to have to try to defend this pawn. Now, it looks, you know, very promising for white, but you still have to be precise here. For example, at some moment this move is going to come in, and you have to decide what you're going to do with the bishop, because if the bishop goes here, then you might get hit again. You know, there are even weird moves like knight e5 suddenly, and
yes. What happens a lot when you're playing against the isolated pawn is that position transitions from isolated pawn to hanging pawns.
Right.
So that can very much happen here after a6, bishop c6, bc6.
Will he take with the pawn, do you think? So let's say white
f3,
castle.
let's go f, short, okay.
Yeah, and you played a6.
Yeah, let's take.
I would you take with the pawn or would you take with the bishop?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. Like, do you upgrade your pawn structure? Because hanging pawns are also a weakness, as we know. So I don't know which is easier to defend. I think it depends a lot on the concrete circumstances. If you get to consolidate. And Magnus started with a4, which is a very different move right away.
I love this move because I think he wants to go a5. And if black goes a6, now if you take on c6 after b takes c6, can you play a5? and
E6.
fix this weakness. And after bishop a7, can you put the bishop on b4? This looks very logical. Just to cut this king.
Yeah,
you have
you
the
potentially
c5
dominate the dark squares.
Dominate.
I mean, imagine knight e4, f3, king d2, and you've got like bishop c5 at some point or knight c5, and you just have
Total
all the squares,
domination.
all the squares under control. Yeah.
No, this is very bad news for Daniel, which would mean that he would have to take back with the bishop. And after a5, bishop a, you can do the same thing, maybe.
Well, now black is of course much more solid.
But you can put the knight on d4, no?
Yeah, well, you know, black is not doing so badly. All that aside, I mean, white of course is doing fantastic and is very happy with himself, obviously. That said, there's only one weakness at the moment, one major weakness. And if you finish development and just start trading pieces, you're going to suffer forever, but you should not, you don't have to lose. You're just going to suffer. And with only one weakness, often you can hold this. But already here, I'm not even sure if that's one weakness. There's some weak b6 square, so I'm not even sure if we count this as one weakness. I'm not sure about a6 too. Big question whether you want to go a6. And the big question is, yeah, whether a5 is a threat. I guess a5 is a threat. Let's say knight f6, e5, and then knight c5. Some immediate issues, right? Bishop c7, maybe knight c5. Yeah. Okay, you're lucky here. You have some a6 move. Question also: what if I had played a6 right away instead of knight c5? How is that for a change of the pawn structure? Do you really go b6 or do you go?
I think you have to take, right?
Yeah, but then you weakened also the a pawn. This
right.
is really nice. Rook takes a6, and you're having two weaknesses now: a pawn and the d pawn. Yeah, it's not looking amazing. And after a4, finally there is a move a5, I believe. It weakens the b5 square.
No, he hasn't. Oh, you saw him play a5?
No, I say he can do that.
A5.
Instead of knight f6.
Okay.
Yeah, we already played knight f6 here, so I think you can consider a5. Very shady, but you don't let at least you don't let white expand on the queen side. But yeah, this a4 a5 inclusion definitely creating even more weaknesses. b5 square is weak. The b pawn is backward. Tough choice.
Really tough. Beautiful opening idea by Magnus. I'm really happy he's done this because I've been looking for something against 3c5 forever.
But mostly with queen takes d5, no? Probably.
No, against e takes d5. I always struggled. I got crushed by Navarra, so...
I suspect that after 6 bishop e7 is where the most fun begins.
Yes.
This pawn sack is probably what black should do, because I guess this endgame is a free roll for white.
Right.
I don't expect I don't expect this to be the best way, because now you suffer. Meanwhile, Maxime, by the way, he found a way.
We'll go there in a second. I just wanted to point out that in this game, I got one move right today, which was Ding's bishop g4. So he does want to provoke this f3, because moving this queen is a bit unpleasant where to move it. So, and once you provoke f3, of course, you open up this diagonal. So knight c6, suddenly you're developing with tempo.
But Lawrence, I have a feeling that this bishop g4, it might be a pattern from a different opening. So in a position where the bishop is on g2 for white, they often do that because f3 closes the diagonal to the bishop. But when the bishop is on b3, I kind of wonder, isn't f3 a useful move anyway? And is there any disadvantage to that, to be honest?
I guess the only thing is that here I think white will almost certainly go bishop e. No, he
already
goes
went
knight
knight
e2. Okay.
Yeah.
And now the bishop will come back. Because you don't want to allow knight f5. So
okay, the reason you went bishop g4 is that you can go now knight c6. Yeah,
with tempo.
Yeah,
right.
with tempo. Yeah, it's not that you provoke f3. F3 is probably useful move.
Right.
But it's a question if knight e2 was the right order or bishop e3.
I like bishop e3 here. I guess he was thinking, he's just going to go rook e8.
Bishop
but
f2.
When you go bishop f2, you're very nicely
he was afraid of
protected here. But there's nothing to be queen b6, knight a4.
Because knight ce2, of course, you can do that later. But it's a question if that's the future for the knight that you want. Because currently you're putting pressure on d5, and there's also sometimes lines where the knight can be useful on a4. For example, queen b6 somewhere you have knight a4.
I hate knight e2 personally.
Okay, bishop h5 here after rook f2. Just try and think a little further.
Yeah, and I just develop queen d2 looks totally standard, and I bring my rooks in and I say.
Yeah, I don't see how black can exploit
how black can be dynamic. Or can I go? Could I have gone knight? I probably couldn't, but let's just see knight e4 for a second.
Just on the move.
Instead of bishop h5, yeah. How exactly it loses a piece, because it's kind of a beautiful move. But I guess knight takes e4 and knight takes c6 wins.
Yeah.
Does it though? Knight e4, yeah, d4.
Maybe not.
Knight c6. Queen d1, rook d1, e3 intermezzo is there.
Wow, that is special.
It's fun to analyze with a very bad old engine. Knight.
Probably good.
Yeah, okay, white is a pawn up. Let's say knight d4 and c3 are just ef rook of 2 and then just c3 or just at least you are a pawn up. So that's not, but black can.
Black probably has enough here. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, these positions is a matter of perspective. Yeah, you can say you have full compensation, but also you're pawn down. But yeah, all kinds of maybe it's these kind of ideas is what he was trying to avoid. But yeah, knight e2 either way was played, and now the question is, can you try something dynamic? Is there rook e8, rook takes e2 first, perhaps?
Rook e8. Wow. So if I take, you want to take on d2.
Rook takes e2, knight takes d4. Probably some tactics.
Damn. And then, that's beautiful. And then knight takes b3 is a discovered check. Oof, that actually just works. That's clean. Because the knight protects the bishop.
White doesn't have to fall for it, of course. You can just play rook e8, king h1. Probably nothing has changed at all.
Yeah, I'm sure he would go king h1 here.
Yeah, nothing has really changed. So, in fact, Ding has already played bishop h5. Bishop reroutes to g6, perhaps.
Yeah, now white will probably go c3, right? To
bring bring the b3 bishop back sometimes.
Correct. And we have a slightly unusual IQP, but
I like white always in these situations. I think it's always easier to play with white. You can just finish development, sit on your position, and in the long run, you have these long-term assets. Playing against black is the one who has to come up with stuff, come up with counterplay. Thank you.
believe it or not, I actually like black. Maybe that's just because I've been traumatized. I remember playing these positions against some of the old masters. You play this against Timman and Ulf Andersson enough, you start to realize you don't.
So you played against Timman and Ulf Andersson?
Yeah.
Are you for real?
I swear, yeah.
You played against Timman and Ulf Andersson?
Yeah, I'm that old.
No, but
I played
Where?
Timman in the Simpsons Memorial in 2008 or 9. Korchnoi was there, Timman.
So how it's called tournament?
The Simpsons Memorial in the Strand.
Simpsons the Strand, yeah, I was there actually.
But it was before, it was early 2008 or something like that, 2009, 2007 maybe. And I played Ulf Andersson at the Gibraltar tournament.
You also have a positive score against Capablanca and Alokin, right? That was the
Yes, I do have a positive score against both of them.
Amazing, actually. Ulf Andersson and Jan Timman, yeah.
Yeah.
Great,
did you ever play Timman over the board?
No, obviously, but it was probably not classical.
In classical, I mean.
In classical, no. I've played him a lot in the rapid, actually.
Okay.
When I just moved to the Netherlands, the early stages, he was still playing the rapid events. I was also playing the rapid events. He was stronger than me at first. Yeah. So I've lost to him a few times. Then I had a match with him also over the board, some rapid blitz match. I think I probably won that match. Okay. So I met him a bunch of times behind the board, but I don't think it was classical. I don't recall that being classical. But it was, it was amazing. It was amazing. And Ulf Andersson, I also, been a big fan of.
Huge fan of him, of course. He just, in his later years of playing, the stress and the pressure of playing really affected him. So I had an IQP from a Tarash French in the Gibraltar tournament. Something not exactly like this, but obviously something similar. And he just crushed me so easily with black. But he offered me a draw in a winning position because his nerves just...
Yeah, I heard that he was doing that already towards the end. But at his peak, he was, of course...
his peak, he was...
Yes. Chess is a difficult game to play when you're around for so long, but you have to always see how players played at their peak, and at the peak he was, of course, amazing.
I think he's top 10 sort of slow player in history, positional... maneuvering type player.
Yeah, I think he was ranked very high back in the day.
I think he was definitely top 3. He might have been number 2 at some point as well. Wouldn't surprise me, but I think he was definitely top 3.
I guess at the time of when Karpov was at his peak,
Timman
Karpov was number 1 at the time, and I guess then he was probably close behind there.
Before the arrival of GK, just before.
But even when Kasparov arrived, Ulf Andersson remained very high, and I think he had many epic games with Kasparov.
Fantastic
as well.
games, yeah.
Amazing games, some amazing Sicilians. He was also known, not only to play defensive chess, but sometimes like counter-attacking defensive chess. Defending by attacking. A lot of actions.
Let's go to the MVL game because we've had a lot of action.
The moves so fast. The game moves so fast.
They're fast games. So we last saw it after D5. We really like this idea. And Queen A4 by MVL. Wow. So he did try to find a way to keep things
very ambitious
alive.
Move. Crazy ambitious move. Queen A4. Insane that you dare to play that. It's so clearly unsound. Like so clearly it cannot be a good move, no?
Well, I don't know. Is it?
But I mean, Queen A4. It just cannot be a good move. Like it's. It's just not how.
I think your idea of a good move and my idea of a good move are sort of different levels. It's a sort of move that it looks ambitious, but I wouldn't say clearly unsound. I mean, after D4, which looks critical. So the idea is if you take on C6, Bishop D7, Zwischenzug, or do you wait? You can take, right? Hold on, you can just take. Excuse me.
Yeah, but the Zwischenzug was neat as well. Yeah, but this is even more powerful.
This is really disgusting because the white king is just and you can't take here because you lose the rook. So, okay, so that's just out of the question. So we now see that MVL took on D4, knight takes D4, and castle's on the queen side, which is totally fine, of course.
Actually cool, compared to a dumb move Queen C2 that I suggested, Queen A4 is much nicer because the queen is not being hit by the knight.
Yeah, I think you're being overly critical of Queen A4.
But I don't buy that move still.
I know you don't buy it.
I don't buy Queen
Bishop
A4.
D7, and now you have to put the queen on the most odd square on B4, which looks totally insane, but chess is very concrete.
A5, Queen D6, yeah? You're
just survive. A5 and Queen D6 and pas de problème.
Knight B3.
Knight B3,
King
C2.
B1. Probably B1 because
King B1.
Bishop A4.
King C2, Bishop A4.
Yeah, probably King B1.
That's nice to just show
Knight
everybody.
C5 or Bishop A4 directly. Yeah, no, you're getting hit there.
And if you take, the problem is
Knight C5 is coming imminently.
I actually lost to a very similar tactic just in that 960 tournament. That's funny. So I've got a clear weak spot there. So King B1, almost identical. Oops. So King B1 and.
Okay, so let's see. If now Bishop A4 anyway.
But now I have a tempo with Bishop C2.
You have a tempo for sure. Question is, do you keep the queens? Do you trade them?
I think I go Bishop C2.
Knight C5.
Knight C5. I take everything off.
Yeah, these are probably the lines that are going through the players' heads as we speak.
Knight E2. Some knight E4, and then maybe have to trade everything and then play.
For this kind of stuff, when action is going to happen, white king is very well located on the queen side already, because that's where likely stuff is going to happen. Create a passed pawn, and the king via C2 quickly goes off the board there. Not sure if knight B3. So we are at queen B4. Yeah, there's some crazy line here that this compy here is suggesting bishop C6. Bishop D4, Bishop G2, but you have to be really sure this works. So if just knight E2, then I guess takes and E5 is the point. No, but he played A5. Yeah, this is completely wicked. This whole thing is wicked. This Bishop D7, Bishop C6 stuff is wicked. A5, yeah, is normal. Queen D6 is going to be played. I have to give a check. Can be one. I can start with knight C5 as well. What is that? If now Bishop C2, yeah, knight E4 is crazy, yeah? Take, Queen D7, take knight F2.
Gee.
Knight
So
H3, knight H1, rook D1, some crazy stuff.
White wins a piece, but black counter attacks. Knight H3.
Knight H1, rook D1.
Knight H1, rook D1, you win the knight back.
Oh, C5 first, very clever, yeah, but okay. Rook D1, rook F8. But anyway, this looks very good for black, either way. Rook F8 just. Yeah, you cannot give the rook and two pawns is more than the knight and the bishop, of course. You need one pawn, not two. So this stuff doesn't work for white, so knight C5. Yeah, knight B3 can be one is happening instantly. Yeah, now it was on Vincent. Knight 65 I think is a nice one. I think you should play that quickly.
I think he will.
Yeah. No move,
knight
C5.
C5.
Yeah, and now Maxim should develop the knight probably instead of going bishop C2, yeah? Knight E2 or knight F3. knight f3 is the more normal move, right? Especially for Maxim, who's an e4 player. Knight always goes to f3 in e4 positions.
And now with bishop a4, we reach
bishop
an
a4,
identical position.
we get a similar endgame. Take, I don't know why not bishop. No, there's some knight e4 there after bishop c2. Some take on d6 and knight e4. Some tactics.
But b6 is hanging.
Yeah. Okay, it's some deep stuff. Yeah, knight c3, rook b8. It's actually nice for black in the end. Rook b6, knight c3, bc, rook b8, take, and then bishop c6. And it's similar to the game Vincent won, or should have won against Dean.
That's right, almost a similar structure.
Potentially, if you trade the bishop for the knight. Yeah,
that's incredible.
Yeah.
Almost identical structure. Will he be traumatized or will he take advantage? But yeah, I think in general it's clear that Maxim, I mean, this small experiment doesn't convince me.
But it's cool though. I mean, I respect Queen a4. I mean, it's the kind of move. It's the kind of move that generates. You know, like sometimes you can generate stuff from the opening, but sometimes you fail, and then you have a choice whether you pack your bags and go home or you still try to generate something. And he tried, so he's generated an interesting position. And
he's always a trier, though.
Yeah, he's a try-harding.
He's always a trier. Okay, so what have we got? What have we got?
We've got more moves everywhere, especially in the game of Magnus.
Okay, let's see the game of Magnus.
Somehow the bishop on b8.
So hold on a second. So we last saw it after a4. Daniel did go a6.
Yes.
Takes an a5.
Yes.
So he did take with the bishop on c6. So a5, bishop a7.
From the options we considered, I think this was finally the most reasonable. I think that's very solid.
Played bishop c3 very quickly.
Yeah, you can also go knight e4, bishop b4 via c. Bishop can try to control dark squares via c5. But
that feels more natural. Excuse me.
But in this position, as I mentioned, it's long term. It is not that much for white because you mostly have one pawn, one weak pawn with black. If black gets to go f6, king f7, maybe knight comes out via e7 or h6. Black is very solid. So Daniel maybe limited damage there from the opening. Not so much is happening. I don't know. Bishop c3, bishop d4. What is exactly happening?
Yes. So
what exactly is he?
So bishop c3, f6, bishop d4 played.
Maybe he's trying to win the d5 pawn simply.
Tough to say. Huh?
Like after bishop b8, he put the bishop on b6 at some point, and he wants to attack the d5 pawn, like knight c3, and just collect it or something. I don't know.
But he doesn't, right?
So what if I go knight c3? How do you defend it?
Knight g4 doesn't
h3 maybe also.
Yeah, knight g4, so knight c3.
Yeah, I don't really see how you...
the g2 pawn is hanging.
Just d4, yeah, just d4.
Rook takes, bishop takes.
And rook d7 you want, yeah. Okay, first of all, rook d4, knight f5 is an intermezzo.
That's an important intermezzo actually. And if rook somewhere? You just continue to harass with activity.
Take with the knight. Bishop c6 is defending the d7 square. Okay, but I rushed with knight c3. What if I start with a move like...
The consolidator.
Yeah, but the consolidator then blocks my own d file. So I'm just wondering if I can win the pawn first. I can of course always block it. Don't get me wrong. That's probably the best move, the most natural one. But I'm just seeing there is this idea of like maybe f3 and knight c3. I just want to see how do you protect the pawn.
So f3.
Yeah, you can go knight f5. Knight c3, knight h4 maybe.
Yeah, there's always this idea.
It's annoying.
You can't go rook d2 because of bishop f4.
Yeah, I should abandon that stupid idea of winning the d5 pawn. Just let it be. Let it be.
Let it be, huh?
But then it's not so much. I mean, you sit on d4 square. The guy has got this, this bishop on c6, which is like a pawn, but it's there. Okay, I grab the e file.
Yeah, you go knight g4 here though, right? And you put the knight on e5, always, right?
What's annoying actually? How do you even defend the...
It's not even clear how to defend this. Actually, very annoying. Rook d2, bishop f4, and you can't move this h rook because you just take it.
Yeah,
this is very annoying.
I don't like knight e4. Can we just make...
Can I be honest with you? Can I be honest? I didn't like bishop c3, bishop d4. Well, and again, the chutzpah for me to criticize the greatest player of all time. For me, the most natural continuation is just to go knight d4. And if he goes knight f6, I put the bishop on b4. And I castle long and I play f3 like this.
But he then also castles long, yeah? It's not so...
But I kind of... Now f6s are a bit more difficult because...
Yeah, I find it very hard. Like once you've already consolidated the d4 square, you've already achieved that level of advantage, let's say. Yeah, you've got your like level 1 advantage. Where first you're just trying to consolidate your, you know, anti-isolated pawn thing. So you did that, but then how do you go from level 1 to level 2? Like how do you grow your advantage? And it's very hard to see like the bishop on b4, d4, b6, e3. Like where do you put the bishop and what are the differences? What do you really want? You want to trade these dark square bishops?
Trading the dark square bishops, but that never happens.
Never gonna happen. I mean, that's only happening in your dreams. Because the bishop will keep running away from you.
B8, yeah.
And then the question is, yeah, like, at some point also you cannot sit on your position too long because you have to win it. So you have to attack something. You cannot just sit on the d4 square forever. So it's not easy, not clear. But I think still Magnus will manage in the end.
Okay.
Will somehow manage.
He does find a way a lot of the time, but he does go knight d4. Now I expect knight g4. 100%. And rook d1 is a very tough move to find, in my opinion. Like, this is a very tough move. What is this move?
Knight f2, knight c6, yeah. Bishop f4, check first, king b1, knight f2, rook f1, yeah.
So, what is this? Sorry, if I take?
But there is no threat. There is no threat, Lawrence. I can play king b1 instead of rook e1 also. I have knight c6 always. King b1 is going to play just.
Sorry, I'm totally lost. Why is king b... Why can't I take a pawn?
Because knight c6.
Yeah.
And then I attack the knight, and if you take on the h1, then I take on b8. The bishop is
okay, and if I take
yeah, bishop on b6.
Oh, the bishop is... excuse me.
Yes, that's the whole point. So
I've just completely missed that.
Yes, they say bishops backwards are the hardest moves in chess.
Bishops go backwards as well as forwards.
Yes.
If I knew that, I'd be a grandmaster by now.
That's what it is, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
That's simple as that. It's just the bishop moving back.
Holy, I just completely missed that. Okay, so then it's no big deal. So now actually white can do anything. So king b1, rook d1.
King b1 is nice. Then I'm preparing this rook d2 business if I need. It's nice.
Yes.
Also Magnus likes king b1. His favorite thing to do, you know, he likes that thing where he's thinking for a very long time and then plays king b1 or h3, or he likes that stuff.
Yes. I'm checking Twitter. Do tweet at us. You're at Anish Giri, aren't you? Just one word.
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tweet at us with any interesting comments. Of course, I'll try and read some good stuff. I'm getting a lot, so thanks for that. I'll try and scroll through. I've got some really... Oh, look at that. Suggested entrance music. That's one of the big things. We'll have to check your mentions soon. Yeah. For Anish Giri, that's the challenge for today, guys. What I want you to do is, if we had entrance music for chess players, what would Anish Giri's song be? That's what I'm curious about today. All right, we'll come back to that then in a minute. And we do have the craziness in MVL, but let's go to Rapport because a lot has happened. A lot has happened here.
Yeah, I mean, how did the doubling of the f-pawns happen so fast?
Yeah, so we had this, c3, rook e8, bishop g5, bishop g6.
So far so good.
So far so good, king h1.
What is queen b6? How sick is that?
Queen b6.
What a sick way of trying to deal with the...
Yeah, he just says that actually my activity is worth all of this, but...
Yeah, you know, it's really epic sometimes when you allow this doubling of the f-pawns, and especially when there's a bishop there on g6. It sort of slightly cements, but still it is always such a rough decision to take. And it was so unnecessary too, was it? Like, was there a real big threat at that point? Yeah, maybe he felt this pressure. I mean, there was already a pressure. There was a pin there, d5 pawn was weak. He didn't like it. But yeah, this is very rough.
Wow.
And another rough decision. After knight e7, queen d2, he took on d4.
Oof.
King g7 first? Yeah.
King g7. Okay. Rook e1.
Bishop d4 is also so rough. Wow.
I think you take with the pawn here, right?
Very computer-esque kind of play. But you know, even I mean, I do take with the pawn probably, but even the endgame is nasty, so nasty after queen d4, queen d4 cd.
Knight f5.
Rook ed1 maybe just.
And if knight e3, just rook d2 and
maybe.
pass.
Yeah, because I've got this knight on f4, which is amazing, and you've got this.
We're just analysing this. Knight e3, rook d2, and just unbelievable suffering for 50 moves,
Yuck.
basically.
Yucky.
Really yuck, huh?
Yucky.
And you can't even go knight c4 because I think you just take it and run. I think you can just...
Yeah, it's a question now if I don't have to. I can play rook f2, yeah? I don't need to.
You can play rook f2, yeah.
Yeah, you want to run with the d pawn, yeah?
I wanted to run, but that's because I'm
I don't know, because
Neanderthal.
I also run with b5, b4, I'm not sure. b5, b4, c3. We both run. I'm not sure that, let's say, I need to give you counterplay like that.
Yeah.
I think rook f2 is maybe more instructive in a sense. Like,
Yes.
I just want to sit on this stuff. I mean, I just go this h4, king h2, king g3 if I need.
Bring the rook to c1 and...
Because the big question is really black king weak? I'm not sure the king is weak. I don't think that's the issue. I think you just have a bad bishop on g6 and weak pawns, f pawns, and knight on f4 has a beautiful square. So if the king is not weak, why not trade the queens? You know, that's the question. Because yes, the king is safe on g7 with the bishop on g6, but it's just the positional factors and not so much in black's favor. Yeah, Ding is playing very brutal. I think he really lacks confidence. He doesn't want tension.
So I asked Jan, but I think you're in more of a position to comment on this. What has happened? What since the World Championship when we've just seen a completely different player, basically. He hasn't had one standout result in as far as I can remember. Why is he so low on confidence? Is it some personal stuff? Perhaps you can shed more light on this.
No, I don't know anything like special. You know, I just read the mainstream media. You know, mainstream media, and then mainstream media just sort of I've read some interviews with him, some articles. They mention that he's been going through just the mentally. He was struggling with the whole World Championship situation. And I've even read some article that said that he was giving some interview that he couldn't sleep, without medication. And like, I mean, I don't know. It's.
Do you think it's the weight of the World Championship?
Yeah, apparently. I mean, they say this, right? The crown weighing heavy, all this stuff, like all these expressions. I never could not relate to that, obviously.
Not yet.
I don't have any crowns on my head, so can't relate to that. But I guess if there is that expression, it comes from somewhere. So he's probably not the only one who's going through these things. And I think it's a very characteristic for people who don't feel confident to not want to keep the tension. That's a big giveaway. So allowing to take on f6 and then just trying to solve problems by very concrete means, even when you cannot, but you still try to solve them like that, that's kind of a sign of low confidence. You just don't want to play slow, or like you just want to, okay, let's just trade everything and then hope it somehow works out. It's not working out.
This is definitely not working out. Yeah, Ding in a confidence crisis here. And as Anish said, after knight f5, I really love your idea of rook e to d1, just protecting the pawn, and knight e3, rook d2, play around the knight. And once the knight has got no more jumps, you've just got this incredibly simple h4, improve the king, bring the other rook. And black cannot relieve the tension here in any way whatsoever. There's just, he can try and trade one pair of rooks, but I'm not even sure that helps. And this d5 pawn is just ready to be taken at pretty much any point.
Yeah, there's not really a good trade. I was also wondering, knight f5, how obvious is bishop takes d5? Like, is white not by any chance winning a pawn somewhere? Just simply knight d4, bishop b7? Am I not just winning a pawn? Like, what are we even talking about? I didn't quite see the compensation, because take rook b8, rook e7, rook I think. Yeah. Knight f5, rook d7, let's say, I think it's just nothing. Yeah, I think knight f5, rook d7 is important to prevent knight d6. But once I have that, I think you're...
it's a pawn. Yeah,
just a pawn down. So this knight f5 move is maybe not even at all possible. So you can't even activate the knight so easily. Looks really, really bad for Ding.
He does do it.
Yeah, maybe after bishop d5 there is something deep.
Maybe he can go rook takes, or rook d8, so rook a d8.
Yeah, rook d8 is a very deep move.
No, rook d8 is too deep for me. Oh, you just give up the pawn and play, or what? So
Well, I think bishop b7, rook b8 is there.
and now rook b8. Yeah,
No,
I can
no,
see
here,
I can
here
see
yes,
this.
Here, yes, but still, it's very deep. Curious if Richard's gonna take on d5 or not.
I don't think so.
You think not?
I think he's going to play like you, rook d1, rook d2.
Rook d1 would be.
This is you. I mean, you would play rook d1 here. I would, no question. You wouldn't even really.
I wouldn't realize the pawn is hanging on d5.
Entertain this idea.
I wouldn't realize the pawn is hanging on d5. Yeah, the thing's moving at a very quick pace. Lots of moves. Lots of moves at all boards. I mean,
let's go back to Magnus.
So much happens so fast.
It's a rapid game. It's rapid.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not quite rapid, but it still happens very quickly.
So we saw knight g4. Magnus took on c6 straight away, and c4.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
dc4, rook d7 check is very cool.
Concrete chess.
The idea being king e6, knight c5 check protects the rook and the king, and then the king would have to come to f5. Even this doesn't look totally straightforward to me, but
okay, the g pawn is falling and f3, g4, so I'm almost mating that side there. Tricky,
Yeah.
tricky stuff. But king g6 is the more normal move, of course.
yeah.
You still need to move the knight. Bishop f4, king c2. Yeah, now it's okay. White has dominance over the d file, but the e file is still up for grabs. E file is up for grabs.
Rook h8.
Maybe some rook to e8. The danger for black is, of course, he is currently up a pawn, but potentially the whole queen side is vulnerable. Yeah, so the c6 pawn, c4 is just doomed, but also the c6 pawn is very shaky. If ever the a6 pawn falls, it's collapse. So there is some huge long-term danger for black here, but black has to kind of be fast. And while white's regaining the c4 pawn, black should try and collect the f2 pawn perhaps.
Yeah, so if I take on c4,
Yes, so knight f2, I've got rook f1, but then I have rook e4.
wow, this is
Defending the f4 bishop, and now I can jump back with the knight. If you protect the c4 knight, I can go knight g4. And I sort of, okay, here, you know, it's I won a pawn, so this looks good for black. So maybe white's, after rook 8, maybe white should do something smart, like, yeah, maybe this h3 move. Rook d4.
complicated. I don't hate black's position. I have to say, it looks
Could be worse, huh? Could be worse.
could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, as this kind of stuff starts happening, the good thing for Friedman is that, you know, once something concrete starts going, then these kind of weird sequences, they can sometimes end up into some sort of a draw.
Yeah.
And that's what he's hoping for. And meanwhile, Rapport, by the way, played with PD1, very nice.
Yeah.
He's going to milk that strategic advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is so nice for white. This Magnus f4, it's so nice. King g1, king f2 maybe next.
Mm-hmm.
Black has zero counterplay, there's nothing to
Zero.
touch. I guess he has to queenside. He has to try to push the queenside. b5, a5, something there. Desperate. And as I think the point is that simply black wants to give up the d5 pawn maybe, and then try to get at least counterplay on the d4 pawn and activate the pieces. And white doesn't even want to take that pawn on d5.
Very quickly, things have really kind of calmed down in the MVL game, because we got a very tame response by MVL, and Vincent is just totally fine here with black.
Yes, there is potential for black to be better in these structures,
Yes.
because after potential a4 with black, my pawns are sort of, my 2 pawns and my knight on c5, they neutralize your 3 pawns, and on the other side I have a majority, yeah? So let's say long term I have 6 e5, I'm going to push. So an endgame like that could definitely be in black's favor for sure. There are the queens on the board at the moment. So
Yeah, so if the queens were traded, but there's just no universe where MVL plays queen e5 here, I think.
no,
There's
that's
just
what you
no
don't want to do.
universe.
That's what you don't want to do.
I mean, what's an MVL move here? H4 or something?
This is the position, yeah? White has to play? Let me channel Maxim.
Channel your inner Maxim.
No, Maxim's very first instinct, very first, he's first of all shocked the bishop h7 is not made. He's shocked, he's like, oh, it's not made, amazing, okay, whatever. Okay. Then he moves on to h4, this is his first thought. But then he thinks, you know, maybe he thinks bishop c6 is next, I think. I think bishop c6 is next. He's thinking how to address that. 95, of course, is a move, but then bishop e8. Knight on e5 maybe is pseudo-active, doesn't do anything. Then Maxim thinks, what else?
Rook d4 is a bit
bishop c6.
Cavemanish, yeah.
But bishop c6 anyway.
Rook h4, and then just h6, and it's just nothing.
Yeah, it's a bit too brutal, yeah?
It's a bit too
brutal.
This is the sort of move I would play in a
For
blitz
sure,
game.
also in the classical game. Please, yeah. Or are you kidding, Flores? I'll play in the blitz game, I mean, in a correspondence game you play rook d4.
And it's just very bad because it looks like you're bringing a rook over to the king side and being able to double, but yeah, I mean even e5 here, rook h4 and e4. Wow, I mean I'm just getting crushed. Just e4 and suddenly the rook is just offside, and I can't take because there's some bishop f5 at the end. That's crazy. Okay, rook d4.
No, you know, I'm wondering now for Maxim, like after queen e5, which we said he cannot do.
Yeah.
But maybe black doesn't get the time to fix with a4 here, because after take bishop e8, I'm gonna go b4. And I'm just setting my pawns in motion, because that's a different story. Once I get my pawns rolling, I'm not so unhappy anymore.
Yeah, you can work with this. Although you
still, yeah, after takes knight a6, I'm still getting blocked. Yeah, I'm still getting. I'm not. If I had king b2, king c3 here, I'll be really, really happy. But I'm not in time. Oh my god, did he play rook d4? Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, that's awkward. That's awkward. Oh my god, that's awkward.
That one's going to be clipped.
That's going to be clipped.
Oh boy.
It's very awkward.
So let's just so that everybody's clear.
Poor Maxim.
You said that this is the sort
No, I never said anything bad about the move. By the way,
you slandered this move.
I just said that you were going to play it in the classical or correspondence game. I never criticized the move. I never criticized anybody, nor you, nor Maxim. So
you said that this is a coffee house.
I never said that.
You
don't
said
put words
you
in my
would
mouth.
find this move in the bar in Amsterdam on the corner,
looking at it through a window. Yeah, staring me in the eye.
There's that old drunk. He plays rook d4 again. That's gonna be funny.
Tell me bishop c6. Okay, e5, e4 is there, but let's say he missed it. Tell me bishop c6.
I think he wants to
rook
swing.
h4, really?
Or rook g4. I don't know which. No, rook g4. No, rook g4.
Rook g4.
Rook g4.
Rook g4. Okay, g6, I guess.
Yeah, and then you kind of get f5 here.
Oh, f5
excuse me.
Yeah,
sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
No, g6 I'm mildly happy.
It's not too bad. 95 something.
Exactly, and h4, h5, and we're rolling.
Yeah, f5 of course is the obvious.
Yeah, rook g4, f5 is the problem here.
Yeah, so rook h4, what would you do?
Yeah, so rook h4.
I mean, I can also. Yeah, h6, I guess.
Again,
good
f5
enough.
looks really good.
Yeah, h6. Okay, but let's say h6. Yeah. I'm just trying to understand what did Maxim see.
95.
Yeah, let's say 95. Yeah.
Bishop a4. What?
Bishop
b3? I don't know.
Bishop takes b3. I think there's a tactic there. Knight on e5.
Ah, my knight's hanging. Even that, I would just carry on, take. No, but then there's a knight d2 check. I can't. Ah, this is a problem. This is a big problem. Bishop a4. This is really strong.
The computer evaluation is still completely beyond me. I mean, after bishop a4, knight a4, queen e3, I don't know what engine it is here, but it says like it's dead lost for white. Yeah, it doesn't look like dead lost at all.
Just looks like a normal position.
Looks like, yeah, we just started. But okay, after knight c5, you lost the d file.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop c6. I mean, e5, e4 he missed. That's the e5, e4 is difficult somehow. Yeah, this computer stuff. In general, I've been long advocating for removing the engines when we are looking at the games.
We can take it off if you want.
But we need a tool that's not yet been developed.
Yeah.
There has to be, and it's easy to develop with AI technology these days. You have to train a network that would predict the outcome of the game and the moves as well. Because you can certainly do that. We have endless amount of games. We've got timestamps inside the games as well stored. So if you feed all that data in the computer, at some point the computer should be able to come out with a model that predicts what move is going to happen and predicts the likelihood of a result. because the current engines, they're completely misleading and irrelevant when it comes to following real human games, right?
Okay.
So what would be nice to have? Yeah, because the engines, like, they have nothing to do with reality at all. Nothing.
Wow. Great suggestion there. I'm sure a lot of people watching this will be able to.
It's not so hard. I think. I mean, I've heard that nowadays, like, I'm not really an expert, of course, but a lot of these projects or training, neural network training, a lot of them are not so compute heavy actually, and it's possible to do them on ordinary machines, or you can just rent reasonably affordable hardware. So it's not like, just buy some kind of tiny box and go with it. But I don't know. I'm not really an expert in that, so I don't know how easy all that is. But I think it could be possible and would be very nice, because it's time to have like a proper tool that would just tell you the actual eval of the position in that game. Like, what is the chance that Maxime is going to win that game and lose it, looking at the position? What is the chance? It's not like, what, 0-0-0, or is it? It's not. There's certain probabilities there that we just don't have.
Thank you, sir. Do you want to pass one over?
Both of them
are you a coffee guy?
No, I'm sure.
Are you a tea guy or are you a coffee guy?
I'm a tea person. I'm actually I'm a massive hot chocolate junkie.
Chocolate guy.
Chocolate guy.
We get hot chocolate next time.
Yeah.
Do you want the coffee?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't drink coffee?
No, I'm still too young.
I'll have your coffee then. I'll over caffeinate then. Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, sorry about that, Anish. We've got a terrible team here, and they've got absolutely no idea what they're doing. How dare they not know that you're a hot chocolate guy?
I think they knew that you are a coffee person, and they brought you two cups.
A coffee person.
They brought you 2 cups.
Wow, and Maxime has just gone in this.
But deep inside, Maxime is just a trend.
Yeah.
Who doesn't blunder? That's who
just
he is.
a bit more technique.
He's just a little bit more sharp than you. Deep inside, you've got
calculates
the same
better than me. Has a bit more theoretical knowledge, but we're the same player.
Even the haircut, frankly.
Yeah.
The beard is the same.
The beard is the same. He's my brother. He's my frère.
Mon frère. Yes,
yeah, he's mon frère.
Yes.
Good guy, Maxim. Look at this guy. Rook d4, rook h4.
Look at him. He's looking at it. He's like, oh my god.
How can you not love this guy?
Oh yes, f5. Nice. f5. Nice. Confidently.
Excellent.
Vincent is sharp. f5.
f5 he played.
Yeah.
But this is bad news for MVL.
It's bad news, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
This is bad. This just having had this kind of position for 30 years, I can tell you is not good for white. It's not enough. And you're now have this random rook on h4, and it's okay.
No, I had once a game like a similar. I've had a lot of such games, of course, especially early on. But then also, I think the last time when I tried that, like I basically gave up trying to attack with people. But last time I tried attacking was against Lucian in Vachier-Lagrave. I was kind of pretty high rated at the time. But it's just, I tried this kind of thing. I brought my rook all the way over. I brought all the pieces there. Vichy had the knight on the fate. He looked at me like, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
I brought all of them back and offered the draw, and he took it. He was like, what are you trying to do? And I was like, I tried to. It's like, no, there's never mate. It's Spanish. It's not neither. Like, what are you doing? There's never mate in Spanish. Like, okay, sorry. And I never tried attacking again. Like,
just unbelievable.
Just why even bother?
Yeah. No, this is way too coffee house like by MVL. I feel like.
Cool. But he will generate. Don't worry. He's got more time. He doesn't have this engine that's hating all the time. He's going to generate something.
I'm not sure he is. I see like bishop e4 is on the cards. Where do you generate?
Knight d4 or something. He'll generate
knight
something.
d4 is just we're in just full bluff mode now after knight d4.
Of course, but he'll generate.
He'll generate? Okay.
Yeah. That's the good thing about
le générateur.
Le générateur. The g4 is too much. You're probably losing by 4. Knight d4 or
G4, like, let's see why G4 just doesn't work.
Probably anything. I mean, even bishop e4.
Queen f4?
Queen f4 just wins on something, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, just the piece. watching. Sharish, by the way, he's evergreen, yeah? He looked like that when I was a kid. He looks exactly the same when I have a kid.
Never changed.
Yeah. Can we look at the games, because they keep making moves. Can we just look at the games?
Sure, we can look at the game. That's why we're here.
Yeah. I mean,
Which game do you want to go to? So we'll
Yeah, Magnus, of course.
Magnus. Okay.
People want Magnus.
People want Magnus. Okay. So, what has gone on here?
Both players are thrilled.
Both players are thrilled.
Yes.
So,
No, Magnus is not thrilled. Friedman is thrilled. He's got some stability.
we had this exact position, 95.
We were advocating for Rook E8, but he won 95 directly. It's a little bit maybe less accurate, but whatever. Bit more forcing though.
And C5,
He's trying to get rid of the weakness.
forcefully. And Rook A C8. So, Friedman now down a pawn.
Very cool. And then got rid of
Oh
one
no,
more.
sorry, he's not down a pawn.
He's now down.
Now he's down a pawn, but he has the C4 square and claims that he's got
Yeah,
all the
knight
lights.
C4. Yeah, he's gonna go knight C4 and back. Knight C4 and back. Knight C4 and back. It might go H5 somewhere.
Do you know what? This is brilliant.
Yeah, it's great for him. He's
This is
thrilled.
great, right?
He's thrilled, yeah.
How do you win this position ever with white?
No, it's like super hard to break the blockade.
And
I mean, you are going to try to somehow sneak a rook past d7 square into a7, but you need cooperation. Yeah, right now the knight defends that square, so you need black to cooperate.
so if you kick, so let's say, I don't know, let's say black plays H5. Look, your hot chocolate is there, Anish, look.
No, no, no.
Oh no, it's
Not
just
at all.
tea.
No, so that's hot water, and this is chocolate. If I dump the chocolate in the hot water, I'm gonna
It
get
might
the
work.
chocolate.
You should try it out. See how it goes. It'll be a bit milk. It'll be a bit.
A bit disgusting. Huh?
Yeah, it'll be a bit
yeah.
disgusting.
Let's not do. Let's just have a tea with chocolate separately. But let's see what's happening in the ding game, because lots of actions there too. Lots of actions.
Yeah. So we'll go ding.
Yes, he's getting action.
Oh, what happened here actually? So I'll give you that while I deal with something for 1 second.
The Twitter haters, they're coming to you. Just stop the,
Yeah, I
the
know.
whole Twitter thing. You
Shit.
should not. Wait, the mouse is from that screen. It's where?
Can you do it? I can do it.
I can see the mouse there, but it doesn't go over to the screen to me. For me.
Okay. Let's.
Oh, how did you get there? Wow, amazing.
Yeah, it goes from.
Oh,
you have to
from
go
that side.
From that side over. Yeah.
Epic.
Okay, so let's see what happens. So Rook A D8, Rook A C1. He played knight E3. The rook came to E1. Knight C4. We had one trade. H4 as predicted. B5 totally standard. And
Yeah, I saw this, by the way, at some point. I was wondering, like, can I try G4, trying to
Yeah,
trap
to trap the
the
bishop.
Yeah.
But now.
Okay, H6 you always have.
H6,
You always have
right,
H6. Yeah.
yeah.
But, okay, no, we can do a bit.
Okay, so instead he took on D5, which is quite a decision, because now you take.
Just very concrete at this point. Rook comes to C7, knight F4. I might want to take on G6 and take on F7 already.
Yeah. So A4, and if you take on G6, I take on B3, which is very important. So bishop D5, and knight D3, and it's on Richard. Now, it looks as though...
And it all worked out here.
It looks
It's all
as
worked out.
though you have to take on G6, else...
Gladly.
oh, no, wait, you can take here.
But I mean, I can take whatever I want. But knight G6, I'm collecting everything, right? King G6, I have bishop E4, or bishop F7, sorry. So after knight G6, you have to...
Take with the pawn.
Yeah, and then I take rook 11, rook F6 too. It's a lot of
Yeah.
pawns. Okay, it's still not, by the way, trivial.
No.
Not trivial. Maybe some counterplays there.
Rook
But I
D8.
did win a lot of pawns.
Rook D8. Okay, he
happening.
did take on G6.
It's happening as we speak.
Yeah, he did. Have another egg. Enjoy yourself. It's
Yeah, I'm
crisp.
feeling a bit shy. Like,
Yeah, you
too
do.
many
Yeah,
eggs.
it's good. So we've got all of this. This is on the board. This is on the board.
Instantly also.
And Rook D8 will be played. Yeah, and
Wow.
Rook D8. Wow.
Instantly. Yeah, that's the nice thing about this tempo, yeah? No
But
suspense.
Bishop C6 is really critical because you mop up here,
Yeah,
right?
it's obvious. Well, I mean, of course, yeah. Well, sorry, there is also bishop before knight F2.
Yeah, careful. Then you blow
That's
it.
the
Then you blow
problem.
it.
That's the problem.
Then it's just a draw.
That's the problem. But he will see that.
Yeah, of course he will. This is a stone cold draw now.
Yeah, so where else do you put bishop F7 is king G7.
Yeah.
It's a big problem. as
Yeah,
well.
he'll go Bishop C6.
Where else?
No, there's no
Of course,
other
not go to
move.
C6.
He plays it.
It's not blind, right?
He's definitely not blind, and he's a grandmaster, so he finds this move. And ding is I went for Richie 1-0 today, by the way. You went for the draw.
Yeah, I made a lot of mistakes. In
Big
my prediction.
mistakes.
I,
Right?
by the way, I tell you, I promise you, I wanted to take Vincent. I wanted to take Black in that game.
Did you?
I honestly did.
You felt it, yeah?
I felt it, but I just, like, my heart felt, because like, there you have this subconscious and you have
Yeah.
conscious. And while my heart was feeling it, you were talking some nonsense as usual. I was trying to justify with my head, why do I feel that Vincent is going to win? And I felt like, yeah, there's no logical reason. He's not, he's not been getting positive emotions lately. Maxime is not doing so badly either. He's Black. I didn't quite see from the opening where he would take over the initiative, but I felt somehow that he's going to win, I felt that. Oh, Maxime, that's Maxime, you see? He sacrifices exchange. Beautiful,
That's
beautiful
my
attempt.
guy, yeah.
Beautiful attempt by Maxime.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a minute. But here, Rook takes H4 check.
Technical
King
position.
D1, and
Technically lost for
this is just
for Ding. Very, very hard to defend. And the problem is that pieces are uncoordinated and Bishop E8 is coming. I mean, it doesn't look as lost as the engine here is saying. But if the engine is saying that it's lost, it's lost.
Yeah, if this is lost, it's kind of lost.
Yeah,
But
Rook
and
D4.
the point is, you can't hold A4, right?
And Bishop E8 also sometimes. That's the problem. You have two weaknesses here.
The
In fact,
theory
two-
of two weaknesses.
Yes.
Yeah. Poor Ding. It just nothing is going right for him at all. But you were right. He was too. When you're low on confidence, as you said, he tried to solve the situation through brute force with Queen B6, and it's backfired.
Yeah, you just don't want any tension. Don't keep any tension. I mean, that happened to me a lot of times, but I've also.
Did you
seen
have a major dip at some point where you?
I am a major dip. I mean, like.
You are in your major dip.
No, I am not in. I mean, throughout, always. There's always a dip.
No, but was there a period in the past 5 to 10 years, let's say, where you really just couldn't put together any results?
Well, I mean, currently I'm probably at my lowest rating.
What's your rating at the moment?
But that's, I think, due to my last event. So I was like world number 4. I picked world number 4, and currently I'm like, I don't know, under like 15th or I don't know where. I think I dropped like almost 20 points in my last tournament.
And where was that?
Just in China.
In China.
That also had to do with the fact that players I played were also low rated.
Yeah.
Not only did they beat me, but they were also low rated. So that was very,
That
very
doesn't
bad.
help.
But I had only one bad tournament currently, let's say, for now. But I had, of course, runs where, in particular, I remember started in Bilbao, 2016. So 2016, it's a Bilbao, Sinkfield Cup as well, and there were a few more. So I had, there was a Grand Prix. So I think there was like a sequence of many bad tournaments for me, and yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard, and especially when you play a strong opposition like that. And the problem is that when you get chances, you don't quite realize they're there. You're
not clinical, basically.
You're not clinical at all, so you let the chances go. When they get chances, you are not on it to defend.
Right.
So it's just all these half points go your opponent's way all the time. So for Ding, of course, there's this expression, I don't know if it's in English, but I think in Russian there's this expression, if you don't score, it's a football expression, if you don't score, they will score. I don't know, what's the English for that?
Probably, I'd have to think, but
Must
yeah,
be something
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah.
Like you cannot keep missing chances and stay at 50%. Like if you keep missing chances, at some point they will not miss a chance, and you're just gonna drop into minus. So it's a difficult spot for Ding.
Poor Ding. I mean, look at him. He's just not. He's not enjoying himself at all. Obviously, in this position, because he understands that if he gets a draw, it's a miracle, and probably
Doesn't look that lost. Yeah, Rook D4 is a must.
Rook D4, but now Rook A6.
Knight C5.
Knight
maybe, or
C5.
what?
Rook somewhere. Rook. Oh, but maybe.
He made some other move, by the way. Oh, A3 is
A3.
Cool. I like A3.
Also
Cool
nice.
move.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool move. You know what he wants? He maybe sometimes wants, let's say after Knight F4, he wants maybe Rook E4. That's what he wants to prevent. Yeah, and now he'll collect the A4 pawn.
Yeah, and the knight does terribly against the passed pawn. No, I've got a bad. I don't think Ding holds. That's my assumption.
No, I like A3. I don't like the look of this. But Maxime's exchange side, I don't know.
Let's talk about that.
He can hold this one maybe. I like this. It's a great idea. Rook E1 and sack the exchange.
And
Great practical resource. King to a2, played very nice, move king a2. Yeah, no, he'll manage.
You think he'll make a draw
somehow, because it's a huge relief to get rid of that rook on h4. Some tricks, you know, knight g5 somewhere in like.
But b5 here looks.
Time advantage for Maxim.
b5.
Okay, cb.
Why, and you let the rook.
No, I'm not gonna. Yeah, yeah, it's dangerous at the end game. It doesn't look obvious to me, by the way, how that is so bad. Okay, even. So let's say rook e6. Yeah, my king, yeah? Maybe
Your
even
king.
a4 after rook e6, yeah?
Rook e6, a4 is nice. a4 is beautiful.
Yeah, my king is just.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And there's a rook d3 that you've got to contend
rook
with.
c2 as well.
Rook
Yeah.
c2.
My king is big shot off.
No, b5 is massive.
But b5, no, but I'm not going to cb. I'm not going to
Okay,
I'm
what are
gonna
you going
knight
to do?
E or G. Wait, what is knight? Knight G? Knight G5?
Knight g5? You're not afraid of some...
I'm terrified, but okay, I gotta, you know, gotta swindle.
Wow. Queen d7 looks...
It's a difficult move, queen d7.
I wanted to go b4
Yeah,
originally.
before
but
queen h3, I think.
b4 queen h3 is very
I think
nice.
so.
Oh my goodness.
b3, king b3, I'm just winning.
Oof.
Oh.
b3, king b3. Yeah, that's one you can miss. I think he'll do... He played queen c5.
Yeah, to prevent knight g5. And to hit f2.
Yeah, this is also very
It's a
clever.
very nice move.
And threaten b5.
And also after rook g4, he'll regroup the rook c7. Yeah, very pretty move, queen c5. Yeah, after queen c5, I'm starting to feel it for Vinny.
So what do you estimate the chances of Vinny winning this?
Vinny winning.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say there's almost zero chance of him losing. So there's only a draw and a loss. Okay, no, it's not a zero. It's a 3% chance of losing. So you have 97% to share. It's not 50-50. He has more than 50-50. Yeah, I think probably it's like 70 winning.
Wow.
Yeah.
You were so happy with MVL. You said he's going to make a draw 2 moves ago. You said.
Yeah, but I didn't see this queen c5 how good it is.
What did he do? Rook g4? I know you like rook c7. Yeah, I like this move. This is a Vinny move as well.
Oh, but Maxim, you know, instant queen e1 is gonna come like this.
Rook c7, queen e1?
Watch queen e1 is gonna come instantly. I know Maxim. He will not spend a second on queen e1. Watch it, watch it. Watch the swindler. He's now thinking, after rook c7, I'm going to instantly play queen e1.
Wow.
I know Maxim. Just
Okay.
watch him. Just watch him do this.
I'm watching. Well, in the meantime, we'll check out Magnus. No progress made at all there by Magnus Carlsen. Daniel,
Except, no. A
is
lot
there?
of progress.
What?
King b3, 95 c4.
That's what he wants.
He actually,
Okay, this is massive then. Sorry, I missed that. This is absolutely massive.
Maxim is betraying me in my prediction. Taking seconds for queen e1.
You said instantly.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fun one.
Something made him doubt. I mean, knight g5 is also something he's considering. Knight d4 is also something. Knight d4, queen c4, so maybe knight g5 is the only alternative he has. But of course, in the Magnus game, obviously, after king b3, knight takes b6 is of course what the players are contemplating.
But
That's
it
of
looks
course
like you can't do it, right?
I don't think that's obvious at all. Rook c3.
King a4.
It's far from obvious. I think that this is hopeless. But yeah, I mean, this is not a chance Magnus misses. That's for sure something he's going to spot. Queen e1 played. Yeah, Maxim took way too long for queen e1, but okay, he did it eventually. Now he regrets not having played it immediately.
And rook e7, by the way.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, white has some stability. b5, of course, is in the air, but it's not easy to achieve. White has some stability, some rook e4.
There's also queen
some
takes
harmony.
a5 randomly.
Some harmony is there. Yeah, that's why b5 is not really there. Some harmony for Maxim. It's maybe actually like a 50-50 position. maybe 70% for Vincent was too high. Maybe it's like 60% for Vincent. And 37 for Maxim to draw.
Okay. Back to the Carlsen game, because
No, King
the
B3, I mean,
important thing
it will
is-
come, it will come. Because you know, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Either you break the blockade now or you never do. No, he's gonna play King B3, obviously. Oh, sorry, Knight B6, AB, Rook B8. That's the way, of course. That's what he's counting on. That's of course the line.
And if C4
But
takes C5.
that is even harder to understand. So C4, Rook BB.
Yeah, because this way C5.
Ah, both are C5. That's the problem. Rook BB6 also C5.
Yeah, because you can take on B4 with the king.
Yes,
And,
that's a nice little intermezzo.
and this king is just too far away. And Rook D6 is
Yes.
coming and it's really over.
Okay, but that is nice. I mean, he will find it, but that is nice. That is not easy. But again, he really has like it's basically the position is about King B3 or not King B3. There's no like other move, yeah. There's only one move, King B3. So you just check: is King B3 a draw or is it a win? And if it's a draw, you don't do it. But I mean, you kind of have to do it, to be honest, at this point. So yeah, King B3 is just gonna come. The question is just, yeah, he's just going to make sure that it's good, because it is good. He's not happy for some reason. Why is he not happy?
Never looks happy.
True, he's like, oh, I have to win again. Classical chess.
Well, it's rapid.
Not really. I mean, like so much time left on the clock.
10 minutes.
Yeah, his body language, I have to say, for all the years, I still never able to read it. I was never able to read the body language of Carlsen.
Okay, King B3
So,
played.
so random.
King B3 played.
He's almost unhappy to win, right? He's like, another one.
Wins too much.
Another endgame I have to grind out. The best endgame player of all time. Again.
Is he the best in your opinion of all time?
He's the best in his opinion. So.
Oh, right.
That's what matters more, I guess.
Who is he the best in your opinion?
Yeah, of course he's the best, because we are like, you know, like science, yeah, like everything. We are evolving. So the latest is the best. But he is not going to be the best of all time. He's the best of all time so far. And the next one's going to be
Who's going to be who is the
I mean,
next one?
someone who will come after, you know.
You don't want to name
I mean, there's
any.
just like, there's just progression. It's like people run better and better, you know, they jump higher and higher. You know, they turn more and more in figure skating, like, and we play better and better end games, obviously. And it's insane that people say that the chess used to be played better in the past. That is just so beyond any logic. Like, everything's being better, but chess somehow magically like degrades. It cannot be. So yeah, he's the best player of all time, obviously, but not that's not gonna last forever.
It's going to be hard to beat his record though, right? Because he's won so much.
Yeah, because you could say it's going to be hard to dominate.
Right.
Because the others could be better
Right.
than the noobs of today. Yeah. Ding's position, by the way, isn't that hopeless? I have Rook D2. I have Rook D2. Is it that hopeless? I'm not anymore.
Wow.
Oh, Rook D1 even. Yeah, no. Richard, he ruined everything.
What did he do wrong?
He ruined everything.
Richie ruined everything? So A3, G5. Rook E3 apparently is not good.
What was he planning? Ah, okay, but it was, I mean,
He wanted this.
he wanted this with the pawn on G6. But this is not at all the same, yeah? Okay, he missed, of course, this dirty idea of Rook D1.
King.
Yeah, if King up, then Rook H, Rook D2, obviously. So, yeah, then just Rook D2, Bishop 1, Rook D1. This is drawn the spot, pretty much. Okay, King G1 transposes anyway. But yes, so it's the same thing. So Rook D1, Bishop F1 is the same thing as Bishop F1 and then King G1. And now, yeah, this dirty Rook A1. Okay, this is actually really hard to see.
Takes a knight D5?
Very hard to see. Yeah.
Why is this King F2? What this from?
Yeah, I guess check on A2 or something. Yeah, this is really hard to see.
What is this?
But you will have to by elimination. But also, but even Rook D2 first. Tell me, how hopeless is that? I was actually thinking of Rook D2 first, and Bishop F1.
And now if you do the same?
But yeah, you lost the tempo.
Oh no, you don't actually have the pin anymore.
Lost
That's the
tempo.
point. Yeah, so I would be very curious to see if he plays rook d2 or rook d1.
Yeah, he should go rook d1, of course. It basically wins you a tempo. I mean, he has to find that line. If he doesn't,
He will.
if he doesn't, he's losing the a pawn, and then white will consolidate. So
Yeah, this is not ideal. Ding. Still with big problems.
lots of action. I mean, Vincent got this e5, e4. That looks like progress.
But
Of sorts. It looks like progress for sure.
But okay, the pawn is weak. But so rook c8. So now if you take, I can take here, and if b3.
So I can take with the rook and the queen, right? You cannot take on f2 because I have queen e6 check.
So what does he want to do after this?
I'm not sure actually.
Some consolidating move.
How obvious is that the endgame is lost? There's two pawns. I mean, takes king b3 probably.
King b3 or b4?
Yeah, before I was afraid some
rook e6. Or
yeah, like also a. Yeah, I was trying to get the king active quickly and then before to push the c pawn.
Yeah, I like this, and then king c3. Or, but the rook does come, but this is not obvious from afar.
Well, I guess here you are not in time because the king also can come, yeah? Like rook f2, c5, bc, bc. I mean, king f7 even can come.
And you're in time, or king
yeah,
f8. Or
yeah.
Yeah, that's not enough.
By the way, in the Carlsen game, that endgame is happening exactly as we're looking. So
wow.
No news there.
Yeah, c4 is going to be a nasty
shot. Yeah, he
shot.
found the c4, obviously.
Yeah, that's nasty. Yeah, that's very nasty.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, Friedman will now have to make another move than taking on b6. He has to make some clever move here. Maybe h5 is the most logical, yeah. I don't know what it brings. White can even just play h4, I guess. You know, not sure what this whole inclusion. But
oh my goodness! You can just go b7, rook c7, and c5, and if you take rook dc4, oh my goodness, this is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's gross. Yeah.
That's the end. That's it.
Yeah,
rook c8 is coming, and
yes.
all the king.
So there is a threat. There is a threat of b7 at the moment.
This guy just runs up the board.
Okay, tell me, what if I bring the king first? So what if I play king f5, b7, rook c7, c5?
He took.
He took.
No, this is.
Okay, but what did you want him to do? I mean,
no, I know.
You know, it was hard. Yeah,
okay,
c5 now.
He'll
take. King takes. Black has some sort of a barrier because king b5 is not there, but white can manage. White can go around with king c4, king d5.
Oh, yeah, this is lovely. King c4, king d5 is really nice.
With f5, he's.
And by the way, rook d6 is completely ridiculous because king f7, king e8, right?
Oh, it's a nice trap. Yeah, rook d6, take king f7. Yeah.
Only move
king
king
c5,
f7.
king e8, king b6, king d7. Yeah, you are in time. It's nice trap.
Just to show this here, this actually, goodness, this actually loses, but not to king f6, but to king f7. King f6 loses as a result of king
a little
c4.
too obvious, though, right?
Yes. So, but importantly, king f7, king c5, and king e8.
Oh, king c4 is nice. C4 is nice. He's coming in with a king.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah,
and he just finds it instantly.
What black needs is he needs the king to block the pawn and the rook to be active.
Yeah, but now king d5, rook a4 is even in the air.
You just push the c pawn also. It's just queens. I mean, just c6. Your king is cut off. I'm just queening. King e7, I have king c5.
You actually have c7, no?
I'm just yes, rook d6, king c5, rook d4, c8. Yeah, but even king c5 is very instructive. Just to this is also just winning. There's not one of those fortresses here. Definitely not. Yeah, the king f6 happened. King d5. I guess rook c8 will be played.
Now rook a4 looks logical, but
okay. Now c6 actually wins. Rook d8. King c5, rook d4, king d4, king e7 only move, king c5, king d8 only move, king b6. But unlike that endgame we just looked at, I'm able to both collect the pawn and come back because the pawn on d6 was too far, but pawn on c6 is near enough. Now I'm coming back to defend it. So this is a neat, this is a nice direct line that he will calculate now, which is very, very obvious for Carlsen. Yeah, it's a very straightforward line.
he just
push
goes
it.
c6,
Of course. No, converting a one endgame, that is one skill that Carlsen has got under
Yeah.
his control.
That's it. There's the 52 seconds. I think Daniel might find the resign. He might play king e7, rook b4 is also just hopeless.
I like this king c5 move. I like to cut off the king, just to have
king e7, king c5. Yeah,
to have no miracles happen.
Of course. Rook b4 probably does win as well.
I guess everything wins at that point, but it's more thematic.
Yeah, I like this. Anish is saying that this is a much more classical way because the rook
thematic.
cuts.
There's nothing can go wrong here. I'm very curious at what's happening also in the other games, particularly in Maxim. There's some action.
Yeah, we had something similar to what we looked
But
at.
somehow he got a better version of that, because Vincent didn't go queen c6.
He went queen c7 or h6. He went f3, king h.
Normal. He wants to first secure his king, and then he wants to start the queen moves. But h4 or not h4. White is a little bit shaky, of course. He wants the knight on e5, not on d2. A little bit shaky position for white, but already 2 pawns for exchange. Material is already very good. Maxim is back in the driver. Not the driver's seat, but back in the passenger seat.
Back in the passenger seat.
What's happening with Ding rapport, by the way?
Ding rapport?
Somehow rapport got out. How did he get out?
Wow.
How did he get out?
So it was check, and Ding did not find this rook a1 move.
No,
this is just really tough, huh?
I mean, you have to find it, but
you have to find it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to find it.
And now the king gets out of all the problems, and the bishop gets.
It was not. Wait, it was not out. After here, he could just go king f6. Nothing was out.
King f6, and if the bishop moves,
knight f4. Yeah, Carlsen won. Nice endgame there. Yeah, Friedman missed this resource. Yeah, this whole king b3, c4, c5 business, very accurate. Yeah, Ding is playing horribly. Yeah, I mean he's not taking the chances.
Yeah, and now the difference is
it's all hard, but he's Ding.
There's g3
for him.
King f6, now g3 is the point.
Of course, different story.
And now you have to go passive with rook g1, and there's no way to attack this pawn, and you can probably just, I don't know. I would play this move, but.
Okay, you don't want knight g6, knight e5, so you want to keep the bishop on c4 so that knight g6 is met by rook e6 check. So maybe some rook, maybe it's a Zugzwang like rook e3 or something.
Rook e3. That's just.
Rook g2 like rook e1, you try to Zugzwang.
Oh my god, that's really nice. That's really nice, Anish. Well done. Really nice. Total, this is a pure Zugzwang here. Black's best move would be to pass.
Wait, what's happening to Maxim's, what is the queen on f2?
Whoa!
It's a bug, yeah, I guess. Oh no, it went via f2 to it. It was completely winning for black. How did he collect the h2 pawn?
What happened here?
How did he collect the h2 pawn?
So he went king b3, rook d8, knight e4, just took.
What was it king b3? Like, wow, it's epic. Some kind of king march.
King b3 was a little bit too optimistic. Maybe it takes. g3? Allowing.
No, but this.
Wow, this is queen e2.
No,
king a2. Now a4 is coming, and the king is boxed. This is just.
No, but it looks like something from the French history books, yeah? When the king is like frantically trying to.
No, this is a disaster for Maxim. And Marc-Andrea Maruzzi, his teammate, countryman. Marc-Andrea, is he in the Olympia team? I guess he is.
Yeah, he was. He played against our team. No, but the king, he was trying to sort of do something, then change his mind, trying to go back inside.
Queen c6.
Sign.
Oof, queen takes f3 is just immediately GG, right?
But the whole thing collapsed. Like the position completely collapsed. Like I don't know what was the point of king D. He was trying to something. I think he was trying move 40. Can we go back? I think he was instead of g3. Yeah, he was. No, g3 cannot have been the plan.
No,
he missed rook d8. Okay, he missed rook d8 just. I guess that's my best explanation. But it's collapsing now.
Queen takes b6, and now you just need to find a good square for the rook.
How much time does... Oh, Vincent has 3 seconds though.
Yeah, but...
Oh, but Maxim was playing on his clock. That's why also king b3. He was just playing on the guy's clock probably.
Right.
With 3 seconds, this position is not so obvious.
No, actually, because knight c3 consolidates,
I'm going to collect the a4 pawn.
Yes.
I'm going to round with my pawns at some point. in time scramble, you're not going to manage, because if you push the h pawn, you'll weaken the king a bit. This is going to still continue, very much continue.
And Maxim is kind of tricky here as well.
Very.
Was there any other move here?
Yeah, queen d3 was clinical, looks like.
Queen d3 is just so strong.
Computer is powerful.
Queen d3 is so strong.
No, it's just clinical, game over.
Because there's just no defense.
You have to keep an eye on the d8 rook.
Yeah.
And on the c4 pawn. You cannot do all of that.
No, this is it. Ah, that just ends the game immediately.
Yeah, you need in these positions, of course, sometimes that's what you can afford in a long classical game, to find that one last finisher, yeah? And in a time scramble like that, you just don't have the time.
Rook b8 here and queen b3 check.
Rook b8 is neat.
Actually, knight takes a4 was a mistake, but rook b8 is really obvious.
Yeah, that's rook b8.
Whoa!
Yeah, he's okay. He's got no time. But rook b8 that was possible.
No, rook b8 was really end of the game now. Now Maxim can fight queen c6. And he can't go rook e4 because of check and check. Queen b5, same
rook
way.
b8 also was not like end, but it was a big improvement to get the...
Rook e2, but now there's no threat. Now Vincent is starting to fluster.
The bookies are accepting bets on 1-0 now as well.
I take 1-0 here.
You know, like the odds are still very unfavorable. But
no,
like
I
knight
take
moves,
one.
a4, a5, a6,
No,
a7,
no. I take 1-0 here at anything above 5-1.
Okay.
If anybody's offering.
Yeah. No, there's some wild scenario.
This is losable.
And Ding is maybe getting checkmated there with this king. Like I feel the king is in the mating net. Like rook e7, king f6.
Yes.
Just checkmate.
We'll keep an eye on that, but it looks as though Ding is in big trouble. But let's see, this is more exciting. Knight c5 by MVL.
Just always testing. Will the guy see that the queen is hanging? At this point, is not a given. Such time scramble.
Queen c2.
Knight d7 nasty. Knight d7 is nasty.
Oh no.
Queen b8 to knight f8.
No. He finds that as well. That's such a Maxim
Knight d7
move.
is so nasty.
And if king h7, knight f8.
Maybe knight f8 check and back or something.
Yeah. No. Maxim
finds
it's
some sort of a curse of Vincent. Yeah, like finishing off the completely won positions is not happening. Yeah, it's very often. It's a curse. He's a great player, but somehow it's just I don't know why that's happening. It's kind of bad luck.
I actually have this weird feeling Maxim's going to win this position.
Okay, that's not going to happen. But I think the draw is the most likely result at this point.
Really?
Given the...
Why can't Maxim win after knight d7?
No, but I mean, you never really... Like you're threatening basically a perpetual, yeah? In reality. I mean, you're not going to win.
Or I'm just threatening this.
Yeah, but let's say, I don't know, rook e1, like, how am I going to lose this ever? You just want to draw. I mean, your whole point is to make a draw.
Okay.
But, of course, black's going to play for a win. And then...
I'm not sure black is going to play for a win.
No, he should. He should avoid queen b8, knight f8 perpetual. He should play for a win, but that might also backfire. Yeah,
knight d7, of course. King h7.
The knight f8. King's never gonna come. It came.
Yeah, he played king h7.
Ah, knight f8, king g8.
Queen b8, queen takes c4 check.
Yeah, but I thought I just go back. So it's obvious that it's an improvement of your position. The king to g8. To me, it was not obvious. No, he's gonna go back to d7.
Okay. Knight d7.
Maybe he just wants to repeat moves with black. Oof. It's funny, the computer suggested this king h7 g8 thing, but to me it was not obvious that it's an improvement of your position. I think draw is an okay result with this time for Vincent. But he will play for a win, he has to. In such a position you have to.
King h7?
Maxim is happy to. Maxim is happy to shake, of course.
Well, I'm not sure he's going to play for a win.
No? Don't you have to? Like you realize
how?
That yeah,
the question is how. You have to find some random move here.
Queen e4 is good, yeah. To meet queen b6, queen b8 is queen e8.
Incredibly tough with 10 seconds. I think he bails here, Vincent. I think
No, obviously. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I would never do it, queen e4, but you could.
Wow, and Maxim.
He can claim the knight f8.
Yeah, knight f8 is claiming already. Okay.
Wow, what a game, yeah.
Great game.
But what a, I mean, how is it keeps happening, yeah? Look, poor Vincent, like it's just slipping away. But now it was like, there was a moment when it's immediately over. That's 43 queen d3. It's just queen d3 is just resigns.
And MVL getting up because he
can claim.
wants to claim.
Yeah.
He's looking for an arbiter. He's got 5 minutes.
Vincent didn't realize perhaps that it's really too late to think. It is.
It's really 3 moves already.
He wants to play for a win, but he doesn't see how. Yeah.
He's like, okay, it's all right. Draw.
Wow.
3 winning positions in a row. Vincent has not been able to convert.
Was it in a row? Even in a row?
Friedman? No, sorry, not in a row. I beg your pardon.
Slightly not in a row.
Yeah, 2 in a row.
By the way, Ding getting checkmated, right?
Ding is...
Oh, it's black to move, sorry. But maybe anyway getting checkmated. Because white to move, I have rook f7, king h6, that's just mate. But black to move, so rook c3, you have f2, you have to attack the bishop, I guess.
Bishop d5 is not obvious at all.
Bishop d5 is insane.
Rook c5.
Ah, rook c7, king f6. Oh, you know, I had a very similar game against
rook
Magnus
c5?
once.
I don't understand.
Rook f7.
Ah, and you just protect.
King g8.
Rook d7, king f8,
king f8,
king
king
f6.
f6. King e8, rook d6.
Gee.
Okay, it's completely nuts. Rook c8. But I guess you manage there somehow, yeah? But how though?
Bishop f7, king f...
Oh, and then bishop e6, and then rook d4, rook to the side. Okay, the knight is kind of irrelevant, but okay, it's way too deep. Way too deep.
Let's see.
No, bishop d5 is not obvious. Rook f7 check is the more natural one.
Rook f7.
King g8.
Okay, king g8.
And now...
And now rook c7.
Rook f4, king g7 doesn't change anything. Rook c7 and king f6, yeah, rook c7 is normal.
No, then rook takes f3 check.
Ah, rook f3 check, yes.
So he's going to go f4 and then knight e3 and we can lose. Oh my goodness.
After rook c7 and f4.
No, rook c7, king f8, f4, knight e3 and we can...
Yeah, but f4, even knight f4 already you have to probably a draw.
Knight f4? Ah, yeah. Ah, this is not straightforward at all.
Okay, you gotta find this bishop d5 move, I don't know. Bishop
e6.
Yeah, that's a more normal one, of course.
Now he's going to attack the bishop.
He has to, yeah. Rook c6 or e3?
He'll go to e3 because it's a dark square.
Fair enough, but not sure.
No, I'm also not sure. But you keep an eye on the f3 pawn, right?
Yeah, because rook c4, maybe king f6 is there. Rook e3 is more classic. I think Richie will go back to c4 and to d5 by elimination. I don't see another way for white.
1 minute though.
Yeah, he has to do it. Oh, he can do to a2 as well. Bishop a2 is also there. Then rook a3. Bishop d5, rook d3, rook d7, king f8, king f6.
Okay, bishop d5 played.
Oh, now you can do it too, yeah. Rook e5 check is rook f5, counter check.
Ah, that's important.
He actually found a very nice way. So now it's actually nicely winning, yeah. He found a very nice way. Rook d3 probably the best attempt, and now rook d7, king f6,
and
then
king
rook
f6,
and then rook d6, and then it's GG.
King e8, rook d6.
Yeah, and the key is that with the bishop on d5, you protect the f3 pawn, like you pointed out.
Really nice.
That's always the key. Yeah, it's just forced to win for her.
a3 by
okay,
Ding.
nice try. But king h6 is just winning right now. King h6 just
Why
collects.
king h6?
Threatening rook f6.
Rook f6, rook f8.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
So you have to try to go like rook e5, rook f5, rook d5. And then you have to try to give up the rook for the bishop.
Rook e5?
Yeah, that's probably only move.
But then rook f5?
Yeah, rook d5.
Try and win.
And try to win the f pawn, but it's not.
But even if you win the f pawn, I think that's losing.
Because the knight is.
This check, you can put a rook on a5 and just.
Yeah, no, you're just never gonna win the f pawn.
Just to illustrate, what we're saying is, even if you manage to win the f pawn, and I'm not sure you do here. Let's just say this. Now, obviously, in this position, f4 is the move, but even this position.
Yeah, the knight is not coming back very likely, huh? King g6 first, probably more accurately here.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a study-like way, but you can just play f4 and win on the spot.
Yeah. But this actually, the knight does get back here. This is important, and black makes a draw. But what is important is you go f4.
Yeah, Ding has his hands around his head, but it's too late now. It's lost for him. This is unfolding as we predicted with rook d3. Same as rook e5. Rook f5, rook d5, rook d5, you get that position. And it's completely lost because the king defends the f pawn and the rook guards the a pawn.
Yeah.
Well done by Richard, but there were some ups and downs there in the end game. Wasn't all smooth. but finally he prevailed.
Amazing. Let's see. Final moments of this game. Bishops.
Okay, he's trying to do it even more accurate. Not needed, but it's maybe a bit more easy, he thinks.
He wants to have the rook on
same
c4.
thing. Yeah, the same thing.
To avoid knight h4, but it's...
Yes. Oh, but now just rook g7, bishop d3.
Rook g7, bishop d3 is...
Yeah, it just wins the...
Yeah, and Ding resigns here.
Yeah. Just wins the rook.
Wow.
Oh,
Ding just...
broken. After so many draws, he's broken.
Poor Ding. Richie Rapport. Big bounce back win. Needed that after a disastrous last day. Massive win. White against the world champion. And that concludes the action for round 7. Very quick recap. Carlsen with a magnificent technical victory against Daniel Friedman. We've just seen Rapport beat Ding in a complex game, and an absolute mad affair in Vachier-Lagrave. Vincent Keimer missing yet another winning opportunity. That means that Magnus still a point ahead, but Richie still in touch with 4 points. MVL on 3.5, Ding and Vincent on 3, and Daniel Friedman on 2.5. What that means is we're going to take a break until the next round. We've got one more to go today, and well, by the looks of things, we're going to get as much excitement. Every round has been an absolute thriller so far. So you'd be mad to go anywhere. Go and get yourselves a nice cup of tea, or even better, get yourselves an Easter egg. It is Easter. Fill your boots. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Hi everybody, I'm Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, and I welcome you to my course, an aggressive 1e4 repertoire, part 1. I believe this course is aimed at all levels, which of course is always an easy thing to say. Basically, the approach has been to be as aggressive as possible against the main lines, setting an emphasis on surprise value while still having some soundness in order to pose unique problems. Knight f6. We're going for the most aggressive. Knight to g5, d5, e takes d. Knight a5. Bishop b5 check. That's just the main line. dc, bc. And here I have a bunch of new ideas after queen to f3. And hopefully this will not only fix my chickenness of not being able to play 1e4 aggressively, but also give you a bunch of fresh ideas when we're done.
History, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE candidates on chess.com. Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play rapid opening roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
You want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_words and apply today. The application is 10 questions long, and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin, or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include scuba diving and chess, and detecting chess cheaters. Applications are due by May 15th, and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
I am deeply offended by your porn eats porn rule. I think that sort of thing is cannibalism and must be stopped. Let's have a Zoom discussion about it.
And he includes the Zoom link. I love it. Can we open that now?
Oh,
is he there?
God.
That'd be great.
I love the tone of that. Like it's cannibalism. Let's have a Zoom discussion about it. Here's a link. Like that is so good.
I was sure that was going to be an en passant ticket. You know.
Yeah, I
right
thought
up
when
until
it started.
the cannibalism. Yeah.
I thought we were ready for en passant. He took us down a deep, dark world of cannibalism, and here we are. And by the way, I hope he's not waiting for us on Zoom.
I wasn't even swearing in a mean way. I'm Australian, it's how we talk.
Grenke, wallabies walking about. I'm actually with him on that. Have you ever talked to an Australian? They drop an F-bomb like literally every other word.
And I think, one of the things we've actually are working on now is that friend chats have a different filter. So that if you're playing a friend, you can actually engage in some fun trash talking. So that is something we realistically are looking at, because people deserve that experience if they want.
Sean McCoy bringing the knowledge. Didn't even know that was a feature. I love it.
One pawn. 5 suspects. Bring your deductive skills to the chessboard this March and help solve the mystery. Was it the movie star, Tina Tempo? The heiress, Beatrice Bishop? The Green Pawn's coach, Remy Rook? Tournament organizer, Madame Mate, perhaps? Or the arbiter, Professor Passon? Play them all, gather the clues, and find out who done it on chess.com.
everybody, and welcome back to live coverage of this year's Grenke Chess Classic. We've got round 8 about to begin. The players are seated. In the last round, we saw Carlsen continue his resurgence in this tournament. After 2 wins yesterday, he wins with a beautiful technical game against Daniel Friedman. Richard Rapport beating also the world champion Ding, just not finding anything. He's going to have to come up with the goods against Magnus. He's got white. We're going to get into that game in just a second. And in the other game, we saw Vincent Keimer for the 3rd time in quick succession not able to win a winning position, this time with black against MVL. How much is this going to affect his confidence this time he plays against Richard Rapport with the white pieces? It's Daniel Friedman white against MVL as well. Daniel with a tough loss against Magnus Carlsen, but playing white now against MVL. Not looking for anything too spicy, let's say. We can see there, once again, an image from the playing hall. A lot of fans in the house. Of course, most are here to see the likes of Magnus and Vincent, who is German #1. Vincent has really skyrocketed through the rankings in recent years, only 19 years old. Is having a good tournament, but could have an extra 1.5 points, realistically speaking, after not capitalizing on what were quite simply winning positions. We can see Magnus there playing against Ding. We've got the former world champion Magnus Carlsen against Ding. Jan, of course, very correctly pointed out that Magnus is the current world rapid champion, so you could claim that Magnus is still a world champion. And for, of course, many people, he abdicated the throne in classical chess. So we have a weird situation at the moment in the world of chess where the best player, statistically speaking, highest elo, most accolades, is not the world champion on paper, but in many people's eyes, still the best player in the world, and rightly so. He still continues to perform at the very top level in all formats, and this is no different. Currently leading the tournament by a whole point. Rapport with an important win in the last round means that he keeps in touch, and were Ding to beat Magnus today, well, then we would have a really interesting finale on our hands. Vincent Keimer there we can see in the shot is must be disappointed. You don't get winning positions against these guys every day, and to have 3 of them is particularly disappointing, I would say, for Vincent, but he has to take it on the chin. It's gone. There's nothing you can do. The games are in the past, and you've just got to play the game that's in front of you. This time playing against Richie Rapport, and Richard also. It looks as though that's a Benoni. We're going to get to the games very, very soon. Looks as though Richard has played a specific line. That's going to be very, very sharp when we come and analyze that. My co-host, Mr. Anish Giri, is going to be joining us very, very shortly. Don't worry. Until then, we're going to just watch the games. Of course, the games are quite long, 45-minute games plus 10 seconds. We've just started the rounds. We've got plenty of chess to go. Remember to keep your tweets coming in as well. I got a few tweets in the break, which is really nice. And one of the tweets by FM Nobody Really said that Jan Timman and Anish Giri did in fact play a classical game. We were talking about playing some of the old masters. They played in the year 2009 and it was a draw in the Dutch Open. Anish should be thrilled to know that he couldn't even remember playing one of the best Dutch players of all time. I will happily remind him of his poor memory. And we can see here again a shot of the playing hall, and we can also see some other boards at the top there, and those boards at the top are of the open section. For example, this young man here, Marc-Andrea Maruzzi. Marc-Andrea Maruzzi from Corsica, the greatest Corsican chess player of all time. And yes, I do include Napoleon in that list. Napoleon, if you didn't know, from Corsica, also played a bit of chess in his heyday, but Napoleon not as good as Marc-Andrea Maruzzi. Marc-Andrea playing in the Open tournament against Sarana, I think that is. Unless my eyes deceive me. So those guys must be doing pretty well. And we won't look at the games from the Open tournament, but we'll certainly keep an eye on things. We can see Fedoseev there playing black against... Who is that he's playing against?
Injic.
Ah, it's Injic, right.
Yeah.
One of the tallest Grandmasters in the world, if I understand.
Yeah, for sure.
correctly.
Very tall, very strong too.
Welcome back, Anish Giri. Anish, you'll be pleased to know, we got tweeted in the break, you have played against Jan Timman. You just totally forgot.
Classical game?
A classical game in the Dutch Open 2009.
But I remember the tournament, of
Was
course.
it-
When
was
I
it-
played Erwin. Is the one that I played Erwin as well?
I don't know.
I beat Erwin. Erwin won the tournament.
I have the game here. I don't know who won the tournament. I just have the game.
How did the game end then?
The game ended
Can you show
in a
me the game
draw.
now?
And something like this.
I'm blank on that game.
He's blank.
I don't recall that game. I mean, I remember the tournament very clearly. I started by like 4 out of 4. I beat Erwin on board 1. Then I lost at some point to like Miedema, for example. Erwin took over. Erwin won the tournament. I did not so badly in the end, but also not too well. I don't remember the game.
Don't worry about it. Hopefully Jan is not watching.
Insane
The
because
insult.
No, but it's crazy because I remember him there. Yes. I just don't remember that game. Can I see the game?
You can have a look at the game. Meanwhile,
it's crazy.
Yeah, you have a look at the game. Meanwhile, we've got all 3 games going on. Let's get stuck in with the action from this round. And we're going to start with Ding against Carlsen, of course. Game of the day in many aspects.
Don't recall this.
World champion against ex-world champion.
Yeah. Very, very big battle. A chance for Ding to, to
do something, basically.
Basically, to wash away all his sins.
Right.
In this tournament.
We have a Bogo Indian, very quiet, takes d5.
Yes, e3 and bishop e2, that's a very sophisticated move order. And the point is you delayed knight coming to c3,
Right.
and usually black goes dc4 and c5, but after dc4 here, he wants to go knight to a3. Regain the pawn with the knight. It's a little finesse there. Let's have a small edge.
Yeah.
Little small edge. So b6, yes, possible, but now after cd, do you go for the Carlsbad structure, or do you sort of not really a Carlsbad? How it's called? It is a Carlsbad of sorts, right?
He takes with the knight.
That's more principled for sure. You want to keep the clean structure, go for c5 break and equalize fully. That's much more ambitious for sure.
Knight c3. Magnus will almost certainly play knight d7 here. I see no other move.
Ding is not. Although maybe he wants a little thing. After knight d7, he wants to take on d5, bishop d5, go b4. Have a little pull there. This is kind of a typical way of playing after b4. If you go for c5, I'll go this dc, bc, b5 thing. I'll keep a little bit of nagging advantage due to my pawn majority on the queen side.
And the weak pawn here on c5, of course. It's a little thing here for ding, and we will see how that one progresses. But certainly no fireworks just yet. In Friedman MVL, we've got a theoretical battle in MVL's favorite Grunfeld.
He's back, yeah? Maxim is back with the Grunfeld here.
He's back, and we have basically a Grunfeld exchange, very common, knight e5, knight c6, all been seen before, knight c3, bishop f5. This is very theoretical. White takes on c6, takes, puts the bishop to f4, and now the move knight h5 by MVL.
Maximus played the oldest. So it used to be considered that white is a little better once he doubles the, not doubles, but weakens the c6 pawn. But nowadays, black is trying this counterplay with e5 and c5 break, and it seems that black is having quite decent equalizing chances here too. Bishop g5 and bishop e3 back. I think it's a thing. I think it's some sort of a theory thing going. c5, yeah, very principled way of dealing with it. And
h3. Yeah, the point of c5, just to be clear, is that d takes c5 runs into d4, and even if you take a rook, I can just take back. And if you take on d4, it looks as though white has solved all his problems, but after bishop h3, I'm attacking the rook and threatening mate, and if you go f3, I can probably go rook d8, and if you go e3, trying to keep everything together, I can take, you have to take
queen e5, the bishop is just has no squares, yeah? It's no longer pinned, but it just has no squares, nowhere to go.
Exactly. All the tactics working out for black.
Friedman is, of course, it's child's play for a player of his caliber. So h3 comes, bishop e6, g4 comes.
h3, threatening g4. Sorry,
one more move,
c5,
yeah,
c5, h3, bishop e6, and g4. Forcing the knight back to f. Sorry, there was a trade
because
first.
He's trying to close the diagonal from the bishop. Yeah, so if knight f6 first, dc was already there. This is not nice for white. No,
but
I've got the control of the dark squares really on diagonal are key. If you got control of these dark squares, it can be nice. It can be very nice.
This is just a. I can't imagine Daniel wanting anything more than this. This is about the maximum he could get, because clearly MVL is not interested in making a draw. So he's risking it a little bit, but...
You know, I think the one issue with that position for white is that white has an opportunity here to simplify directly. Let's say bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6 and bishop takes d5. It's very tempting to just right away make a draw. So, and I guess it's some sort of a draw. d5, queen d5. So it could be that
knight d5 is not.
Yeah, bishop b2. Yeah, I don't know. I want to just I want queen d5, bishop c3, queen d8. I want to make a draw back.
Yeah, this is just a stone draw.
So it's tempting for Friedman, of course, to. It was a tough first game to just sort of call it a day here. Tempting, but if he decides to play for advantage, he can certainly do so. He can play. Maybe the ambitious f4. I doubt he will go f4 because there's no way back after that. Then after f4, you really play for advantage. Then you have to really go for it. He can play queen d3, which is like in between. Keep the option of bishop f6 for later, and yeah. I like queen d3. I think he will do it. This is nice, safe, solid way of putting pressure. Maxim didn't get out of the opening with a comfortable position at all. Very clumsy, the pieces. You want this e5 push, and there's both. The bishop is in the way. Also, the bishop on d4 is not allowing that to happen. It's very unpleasant. This bishop e6 is not how you want the position.
Indeed.
I think around move 14 mistake was made after h3. I think he considered something more inventive after h3. Like maybe some e5, maybe something more brutal. I don't know. I mean, maybe easier said than done, of course.
Very tough position.
Yeah, but at least in this mess, maybe he could work out better. Yeah, let's give some attention to Vincent, because Vincent...
we have fire on the board.
Vincent, a big day in Vincent's life, he learned a new variation against the Benoni. He's played bishop f4 his entire life, and this game he's gone for the most dangerous system, e4, f4, bishop b5. Some change there.
Do you know what this is called?
Let me think. The Trent attack? No, this is more, it's older than that.
I mean, I know it by one name. The flick knife attack.
Oh no, I don't know that.
I think it's called the flick knife attack, but somebody will no doubt say that I'm wrong.
I mean, I want to say Austrian, but Austrian is in the Pirk.
But that's in the Pirk.
Well,
I think this is called the flick knife attack.
Okay,
So
okay.
white, this is effectively a way for white to try and refute black's entire setup by going f4, e5 real quick.
That's why many players playing the Benoni, they only play the Benoni against 3 knight f3. So
Correct.
not 3 knight f3.
Correct.
They want the knight in front of the pawn.
So let's see.
Yeah.
Bishop b5 check, knight fd7.
a4.
Important knight fd7, of course. Knight d7 allows e5.
Yeah,
I'm
this
not
is
sure if
wicked, by the way.
losing.
Take, knight h5, e6, queen h4, some wicked business.
Yeah, this was the old theory. I remember this years ago. e6.
From your games with Timan and,
Yeah,
and Capablanca, yeah?
That's right. You can even castle here and it's not over, but...
Oh, this is news to me. I knew this queen h4, g3, queen h1 business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was in
It's
the
supposed
old...
to be half lost for black, right?
Yeah, probably nowadays this is losing, but for years...
Always been losing, I guess.
I don't know, I think...
I mean, if it's losing now, it's always been losing.
No, but years ago, if this was printed in some ECO or Nun's chess openings, I think this was...
It was not lost.
It was not lost.
But I mean, it was lost. They just didn't know it.
They just didn't know.
Yes.
Yeah. But nowadays, you can't really play like that. And anyway, everybody goes knight fd7.
No, I saw some tweet recently. Some opening expert was claiming that knight f7 is okay for black.
Which opening expert was that?
I'm not going to reveal my sources.
Okay. Okay, a4 is important to prevent a6, b5. So a4. And now knight a6 played instantly by Ritter.
That's probably what the expert was saying. The Twitter
Knight
expert.
f3, knight b4.
Yeah, I think a6 correct. Because if you castle first, which you can do, maybe the difference is that white can maybe play like rook e1, bishop f1. Maybe that is the one difference. In time to do this regroup. So this is why a6 first. I have a feeling that I've sort of seen this vaguely somewhere. Bishop takes d7. Yeah, this is the modern way to do that. Bishop d7 and f5. Yeah, castle bishop g5. This is disgusting for black. Yeah.
This is disgusting.
Because look what's going to happen. He's going to castle. Then I'm going to go bishop g5.
f6.
Yeah.
So f6. Yeah. The point is, if you move the queen, white plays f6, right? So something like this.
This is greasy.
f6.
Greasy.
The bishop comes to h8, and then this bishop is just locked out the game forever. And queen d2, and this is really bad for black. This knight again, we had the similar situation in the Magnus game, where simply this knight.
Exactly, that knight is going to be again a theme, and that happened to Richard, right?
Yes.
Another time that painful. I think Richard didn't expect that Vincent would change lines. Vincent played bishop f4 forever, but of course, yeah.
But how bad is this for Richard? Sorry, after g takes f5.
I think the stuff actually was holding for black.
It's holding,
It's
right?
holding, but it was very greasy. Like.
Are you allowed to reveal your sources, or?
No, I already told you. You can stop. Stop trying.
Queen d2, yeah.
Also, I don't know. Bishop h4 was also very principled instead of bishop f4. Then after gf, yeah, maybe this e5 option.
Wow.
This also looks.
You've studied this in some detail, right?
Honestly, I don't recollect the details, but I've studied these lines, and yeah, they're very barely holding for black. To the extent that I'm not sure where is the fun. But once the bishop is closed on g7, like where is the fun? Where is the fun?
That is a bad bishop.
No, it's a bad bishop. And also, your king is softened up. You're basically just desperately hoping that you'll somehow trade everything and go into some endgame, pawn down, and make a draw.
Maybe you have to go here.
Yeah, f4 and then f5, and then somewhere you'll do some rough thing where you trade everything. But it's not not what you were dreaming of. And in the other games, meanwhile, yeah, lots of actions happening. Ding and Magnus are trading, but in a very unfavorable way for Ding. Why did he play so?
Okay, let's quickly go back. So we last saw it after exactly what you said. So knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, b4, classical way, and now
a5. A5 is classy. A5 is classy. Yeah, now.
And this is classy because if b5.
It's classy because c5 is not classy. So this is the main reason. Yeah, now after b5, of course, you're gonna go with a c6 break.
Yes.
Ding could have played a3, which was
a3
instead of b5. I mean, yeah.
A3.
Principle, like in principle, completely different decision. Now, though, after AB, even now, let's say, even c5 now, after the same DC, BC, b5 sequence, it is not at all the same, and it's much more comfortable for black Okay, here I blundered some tactic with rook a8 and DCBC e4. But let's say just in general. If,
okay.
Yeah.
So Queen e7 is...
Yeah, or rook a1, c5. Let's show that. Yeah, that's the better demonstration, yeah, not the blunder. And now what I want to say is that after DCBC b5, with the a pawns gone, this stuff is already very little for white. Like, it could still be slightly better, but it's very little. Because without the weak a pawn, you don't have pawn majority, you just have one b pawn. I'll block it. I'll put a knight on b6 or queen on b7. And okay, this is very, very little. But black doesn't even have to do this, by the way, after a3. Black can also keep tension, like maybe queen e7 first. Maybe queen e7 first, yeah. Because now, okay, you're not afraid of b5. Yeah, this is very comfortable for black. b5 is principled, but Ding played it very clumsy after b5.
So what happened? He played b5, let's see.
Yeah, rook c8.
Rook c8.
Clever, I guess, because you could go c6 directly, but he's trying to be clever.
c5.
Yeah, bc, rook takes. Yeah, now probably he should have done something else. Maybe, yeah, this knight e1 first, maybe smarter. Now after queen a8, I have bishop b5. A little bit of a better version maybe than the game. Because in the game, as we will see, black got a very comfortable position. So takes, rook c1, queen a8, knight e1, rook c8, bishop f3. And now it's very comfortable for black. At least before we had that grip on b5, yeah, that was a little bit important. If you have the grip on b5, at least you are not better in these positions, but at least you're not worse. And now maybe he will have at some point some b5 push, you know, and he will get like b5 before, and then pawn will start coming down the board.
Wow.
It's not good for Ding at all.
Some rook c6, queen c8 here.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a big problem, but it's definitely, yeah, the knight on f3 is not contributing to the queen side action. If the knight was on b5 at least, you know, it would sit on b5, white would be safe. But the knight on f3, it's so far away from the queen side. And yeah, Magnus very comfortable very early on. Yeah, Ding really misplayed this opening. I don't know, I guess after a5 he should have gone just a3, you know. If he's already in the mood to be safe, just be safe then at least. Don't allow any imbalances, because this is essentially an imbalance, right? Black is having a majority. Yeah, okay. The first line starts happening again, so this is not good news. If a4, then I think the problem is that I guess it's just queen c8, take, and then b5 simply. Yeah, otherwise rook c2 is coming, and now just queen d1, just b5, and just a pawn is just going to walk down the board, and it's going to be very unpleasant.
Could just easily lose this position.
No, easily. Like a similar scenario to the game of Magnus against Vincent, yeah? Yeah, we are entering this this kind of stage where Magnus is winning all his games, yeah?
Well, if he wins this one, it'll be 4 out of 4.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good. you have to like, you know, hold the door. You can at some point you need to build a wall and make one draw in a row. You cannot let that happen.
He's very comfortable here. Magnus, you can see him in the video. No worries at all.
Yeah, also Ding is, he's just, you know, his floodgates have been broken. He lost the first game, and that's huge. Like, if you are playing badly, but you're making the draws, and I know that from experience, it's okay. Like, you're sort of keeping it all together. But as soon as one loss comes, then everything collapses. Like, you're sort of, like, then it's all gone.
And now you've got a worse position with white after 20 moves-ish against...
Yeah, no, but it's like, you know, it's also, in a way, typical. Like, he's in such an unfortunate shape that when he somehow decides to make one principled move, it turns out to be the bad one. Like, already, let's say, on move 13, yeah, after a5. Okay, clearly, like, you're playing very defensive, it's not working out well, everything's going wrong. Just at least play a3 and just make a draw, like normal. Why not, yeah? And at that moment he decides to then go b5. Like, everything's going wrong. Like, you know, when he has to play ambitiously, he doesn't, and when he doesn't, he makes one ambitious move, and I don't know where that move comes from. Like, why does b5 happen? When clearly, yeah, it's just not, I think he thought he's safe and he'll better because of the control of the b5 square, but just didn't happen. He played it accurately down the road, I guess, as well.
Bad news for Ding fans. I can easily see him losing this game today.
Yeah, no, I mean, at this point, given the momentum, the wind blowing against Ding and for Magnus. Yeah, at this point he is already an underdog. No good.
And I can speak on behalf of all chess fans that we want to see Ding get back to some level of what we know he's capable of.
Of course, we just want to bow. We want to bow to the king, you know.
Yeah, he is the world champion.
We want to bow. We all want to bow.
And
but he has to.
He has to do something drastic.
Bring his A game back, and eventually he will. But it's taking.
He has to find a way to do that. That's the question. How do you bring it back when you're in this level of confidence and you know. He was just, you know, I went to Weissenhaus for the 960 tournament, right? The GOAT, he did terribly there as well.
There he did the worst. And I know that because I once played a 960 match against Wesley So.
Yeah.
And at some point I got out of form, like I started losing. And you just cannot stop bleeding because you usually, at least with white, you know like how to get your safe positions from, like we know theory. But in 960, like when you're out of form, you just cannot make one draw in a row. You just keep losing all the games, and that happened. So at some point, I was losing to Wesley, like a bunch of games, and I just couldn't stop it. And the same happened to Ding. Like he was just losing all the games there.
So how does he stop the bleeding? What is the correct method for him to just? Does he have to play some random, tournament, lower rated tournament where he's playing a few 2500 GMs and just to get the confidence back?
Yeah, maybe start building it up. Yeah, like playing open where you first play 2100, you win 2200, you win 2300, you win 2200, and then gradually you build up towards
maybe I don't know, maybe not an open, but some sort of tournament in China where he can just play somebody without that intensity, where he knows he's going to get a plus score or win the majority. I don't know, because nothing's working at the moment for him.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest things to regain confidence in chess. The good thing is once you regain it, it's already there again. So but the switch is difficult. The switch is difficult. By the way, I like what Richie is doing. Some c4 is, I like some knight coming to d3, some action, because knight coming to d3 is huge, yeah? This knight on b4, which was doing nothing the entire time. Coming to d3 is a very nice relief for black.
And actually, even though the position is a complete mess and very unclear, I think Richie is going to be very happy to have this.
I like it somehow. I think white slightly misplayed it. I don't know. I have a feeling that he missed the c4 push somehow. I don't know where, but I like it.
Yeah, it's the sort of position that I think definitely favors Richie over Vincent. The kind of messy, dynamic positions. I like Richard's chances here. In principle, I think he can generate a lot of action.
Yeah, when you play the Benoni, it's move 17 and you are not lost. Life is amazing. Life is amazing. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
What about MVL? Because Friedman did do something very similar to what we were looking at, which was
he very greedy. He played rook b1, yeah.
He's just like, I want to win the pawn and not lose my pawn.
Yeah, but what are you really hoping for? Even bishop d5. Are you really going to win this position?
Probably not. But
no, really not. So in a way, I find rook b1 kind of a strange move. If you want to take on f6 and on d5, it's anyway going to be a draw. So sort of, what exactly is the aim of rook b1? But I guess it's just one of the ways to try and make it fizzle out. Basically, it's going to fizzle out. But here, white even has to be
careful, right? Because rook fd8. If you do something like this and try and keep all your pawns, rook fd8, and your queen has to.
Also, you slightly softened your king side. So maybe h5. Slightly softened up your king side. Maxime loves being pawned down.
Yes. Rook fd8 is also
can get ambitious. And then eventually h5, of course. I mean, if white had the pawn on g3, this would all be very safe for white. But there's always h5 idea.
Yeah, now Daniel actually has to be a bit.
You have to be
careful.
You have to be more on it here. You have to be just more clinical. Somehow, just trade everything. I don't know.
So how do you trade everything?
Like knight f6, ef6, b4, queen a2, rook a1, like that, let's say. Yeah, queen b2, rook a7, queen b4, rook a4, and this one you should manage. I mean, okay, this one you already manage. Rook a4, okay, nothing's happening here. Okay, it's too little material. Black will have this h5, but it's not enough. I mean, this is really not enough. I'll be able to easily control all the proceedings here. So yeah, I think maybe even start with before, here, just to be sure, instead of knight f6. Start with before, just before. Now he will have to take on a2. Yeah, and now just take on f6, play rook a1. Maybe black has some rook fd8 or not. Queen b2, rook a. No, but then I even have queen a1 even. Yeah, if play rook fd8, I even have queen a1 here, just to really force it. Yeah, and I'm never losing this. Okay. Well, I think there's going to be a draw, just simple as that. Ding maybe manage some counter. I like this queen on e7. Some counterplay maybe.
Let's see. So queen b2. Now Magnus played a very surprising move, b5.
Doesn't surprise me at all. I really like the move b5. It's sort of very logical, right? You you were a little bit blocked on b5, and now you wanna get them going. But there's this queen a3 move. Yeah, maybe he missed that.
That's a very nice.
Maybe b5 was inaccurate because of that. Yeah, this is very strong. Yeah, it's very strong, because if you move the d7 knight, the knight comes to e5 directly.
Or queen takes f7.
Here even yes. I mean in general, but here even knight e5. Yeah.
Actually, that just wins because there's no way to.
In this particular case, yeah. I mean normally, let's say if you go knight f6, you're not gonna lose like that badly. You have queen e8 at least, so you're okay. But white, of course, gets the knight on e5. That's huge. So you're not gonna go move the knight from d7. But if you don't, then somehow queen on e7 also queen e8 is a threat.
Queen e8.
Queen e8 simply is a threat.
Why? Oh, just queen takes f7.
Yeah, because maybe black should play a move like queen c8, but then maybe e4. Maybe I'll start pushing the e4 d5. Yeah, I'm start wondering now. Maybe this very position. Maybe I would even take white suddenly. But is that too much to say?
f6.
Wow, 6 is a drastic measure. But it's maybe nice to guard that e5 square. Yeah. Very nice, maybe.
Yeah, I like this move actually.
So queen e8, king h7. Do I have knight h4?
Knight h4.
Yeah, everybody wants to go knight h4. Ooh,
or knight e5.
Nice.
That's
knight
nasty. Yeah.
Nice. Knight e5, nice.
That's nasty. That's a nasty shot. And very missable.
Oh, for sure.
Queen h5?
f6, by the way, is what a nice move. f6. What a classy move.
Queen c1, king h2, g6?
Yeah, it's just kicking you away. It's bullying you. And then queen e2, queen c4. It's typical computer stuff, yeah? Like everything you're getting bullied with the pieces. Like he's taking all the squares and then you're pushed back. Okay, some computer says some d5, but okay, I don't think Ding is in d5. Is in the d5 kind of state of mind right now. d5 is brutal. Yeah, d5 is cool, of course. Here, d5, queen d5.
d5?
Yeah, it's cool.
What is this move?
No, it's never gonna happen, I guess.
Takes knight d4.
And what if knight c5? It's queen b5.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay, this is just and queen b1 check if needed. Yeah, this is just okay.
d5 is just queen e8 d5 is just really.
Yeah, though Ding, he of course doesn't like tension at this point, so he might find it by elimination. Yeah, he just doesn't want to keep the tension, so he's trying to find a forced way to get things going. Magnus a little too relaxed, no? Or is normal? Don't you think it's a little too relaxed, or is it just?
It's always like that.
Not always.
Maybe not always.
He's so bored, so chill.
Yeah, this is. Well, I mean, this is just. It's quite tense, even without all the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I could see like you could also be excited here.
Could get exciting.
But yeah, Magnus is very chill. Ding also chilling. So yeah, let's see what's happening. This is where the action is taking place.
So we last saw it after
c4. Take.
He took on e1. Okay, and the point is,
No, the point is that he wants to take on e1, and because if bishop f5 first, then white would take on e8 and take on d6, yeah? So this is why he takes first on e1.
So this, you think he takes?
Yeah, it takes on bishop d6 at least. So Richie didn't want to give up this pawn, he wants to take on e1, and then he wants to take the f5 pawn. So Vincent could sacrifice the pawn, apparently, but decided not to, so he wants to take and take on d6.
Wow.
But yeah, now after queen d6, rook f5, rook e8, let's say, the knight on b4 compared to the knight on e1 is quite nice. Of course, this f6 is ugly, but okay, you can't have it all.
And the bishop can always find a way.
It can find a way, yeah, via f8 perhaps one day, or
even sometimes
or
h6.
Yeah,
right?
very much. So maybe bishop h6 is kind of a threat.
There's even a mini threat. King f2, knight e3 check is a problem.
Yes, yes. Oh,
Nearly mate.
No, that's what Magnus was saying. Remember when he joined the commentary a couple of days ago?
Yeah.
He was saying that this knight from before, it can come to d3 any moment. But if it doesn't, it's bad. But if it does, it's good.
Yeah.
So this is nice for Rishi potentially. It's Benoni definitely gone well. Oh my God, what's happening in Maxim game? This is epic.
What did he do?
No, some epic stuff is happening. Suddenly the queen is gone.
No way.
Smokes! Wow.
No way he did that.
So Friedman decided to play it very pridefully with a4,
yeah,
which is cool. b4, he wanted to. Friedman wanted some kind of a weird thing where he wanted the draw from position of strength. But Maxim was like, okay, no, no draws. Oh, this is wild. Out of nowhere also. Absolutely wild.
That is ambitious, to say the least.
No, Maxim, of course, he couldn't wait for a chance to spice up the game. There was just nothing there. But Friedman, he kept delaying a clear draw. He was like, okay, clearly he was okay with the draw, but he just wanted to keep the pawn, you know, to be on the good side. But suddenly Maxim saw this opportunity and he just went for it. But it's very far from obvious if it's good.
Incredible.
Very far from obvious if it's good. Maybe it's not good at all, I don't know.
I mean, I'm shocked if I go queen d7 here.
Yeah, I guess rook c4.
Rook c4, f3.
I'm maybe h5. I'm not gonna give up my bishop on h3. I'm gonna go for some.
h5.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to take on f1 because then you just take with the king and you know you have some control. I want to just keep spinning things around. Yeah,
This to my eyes just looks so losing for black.
Well, I mean your a pawn, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna queen a pawn.
Yes, but maybe. But I'm okay. Rook d4, queen a7, rook hg. I'm going to try to do something. I don't know, some miracles. Not, yeah, probably not.
Not in this universe. Anything. There's just no way you're. Gf, ef.
Rook d2.
Okay, check.
King take.
Any check? I don't know. Check on b8.
It's an illusion of play. Yeah,
I push. I put the king on h1. I cover h2. I mean, there's just no way.
Probably not. But you know. Okay. Also, I could have maybe instead of h5, I should have maybe cashed out. Yeah, and try to just maybe take on f1. Yeah, maybe. That's
okay, but if I take with the king.
Yeah, and then maybe just this a6, whatever.
What? And you just hold this position. Rook b6. It looks.
Yeah, but this is not what I wanted. I wanted to have fun with black.
This looks so disgusting.
What is Maxim doing? Yeah, wow. Amazing.
How is this just a draw? I just have no idea. I just don't understand anything. How is this a draw?
Well, I'm going to start counterplay, so I'll go rook fc8.
Okay. But
even king g7, yeah, rook f8. Then rook c1, rook c2, you know, like, I mean, your a pawn is quite slow. Okay, let's go rook b6. I guess you're trying to push it, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go like, rook, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe, you know, this, trying to win the a pawns also. Rook 8 c7. Rook 8 c7 is nice.
Rook 8 c7.
Oh, also here, what he does is he's just chasing your queen forever because you have no squares. He chases the queen on the c5.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, he just chases it.
You can chase my queen for the whole. My queen can hide on a6, but then I block my pawn.
And then I win the a pawn, and then the other a pawn.
Oh my goodness! But that's just too deep. That's too deep.
It's a bit random how we got there. So queen d7 first. Also, can I play h5 directly? By the way. Friedman is looking, but with his face
Friedman is not impressed.
What, not at all. He's making the face like, what the hell are you up to, my friend?
I mean, he's saying, look, I understand you want to beat me, but this is too much.
Yeah, I mean, he thought like, okay, yeah, because I can lose you, but not like that. I mean, you know. Not this brutal. Okay.
No.
Also, queen d5 is also an option.
Queen d5?
But maybe after rook f d8, queen b7 is just a worse version
Maybe
of
queen
d7.
f3 is the idea. Queen f3, rook e3.
Yeah, but then again, I'll just take on f1. I'm anyway happy to take on f1, and then I'll start this rook d4, rook c4 business. No, you should go for my a pawn as fast as possible. Which makes me wonder, why not rook b7, by the way, in the starting position? Why not rook b7? I think that's a normal move as well.
Rook c4, now there's a check on d4.
Yeah, no, it was...
And there's some back rank problems suddenly, right?
It's just a bad version for me. A lot of problems. So maybe Maxim is sort of... I mean, in general, I have to say, like, when I just see the position, just the look of it, I just kind of like black. I don't know how to explain it. I sort of like black just. I just like it. I'll go king g7 somewhere, and I'll start annoying you with my rooks, and you are not going to make all the first line of computer at some point. And then you're just gonna... Now, at some point, I'll have a fortress if I want. You know, I just like the vibe of it. Now, Friedman, he, of course, is not impressed. At the same time, he has to make a move. And it's not easy. And the time is running. Clock's ticking.
I'm not impressed. I'm in Mr. Friedman's team. I'm not impressed. And I'm not impressed with Ding. Backwards moves.
He's trying to block on b4. He's trying to blockade on b4. He
Yes.
didn't see this d5 stuff, of course. It's just weird computer stuff. So he's trying to blockade on b4. You know, it's one line of defense further. Yeah, he's given up the b5 blockade. Now he's going to b4 blockade. Okay, soon he'll go to, you know, to b3 blockade, and then will be nothing to blockade. It's tricky. Tricky. Magnus going to try and outflank him. Knight b6, knight d5 is very sensible, not here.
Mm-hmm.
Knight b6, knight d5, very logical. Yeah, knight d5. I'll try to break that blockade.
Where to put the queen? Let's say here.
Also, no, you know what maybe is very strong? Queen d8 and knight c5. Maybe that's very strong.
Oh, okay.
And then like active knights. And knight d7. Fish for some perpetual.
e5?
And knight d7.
And knight d7.
Yeah,
Similar perpetual to the previous.
Yes, yeah, no, it's a motif. Knight d7, knight f8, that's a motif, common motif. Yeah, knight b6 maybe not so accurate after all. Maybe too slow. Magnus is going to show here the... So how's e5, by the way? Is that a move or is that?
In this exact position?
Yeah.
Of course it's a move.
I don't know. There's nothing directly wrong with it, nothing immediate that's wrong with it. But I don't know if it's a big improvement, you know, to my position. I don't know. And knight f3 back is clever. Maybe even knight d3. How bad is knight d3? What exactly is the problem with that? I don't quite see it. Ed, let's say ed. What is the issue? Okay, knight f8. Yeah, I don't know. I'm of course happy to have gone e5 ed. Yeah, maybe knight d3 not the most accurate. Oh, Friedman, by the way, trying to consolidate, wrong approach. Computer was going for the a pawn. Consolidating was not the way to go. He's just trying to consolidate. He's playing it defensively. Rook b4 defends the g4 pawn. I think this h5 business was bothering him. He says, okay, take my f1, take my rook. I don't need your a pawn. I'm just going to stand on light squares. Just
hold.
I'm going to hold. You're going to hold. You're going to hold.
But you don't think he does?
No, but I don't know. This is what I meant. Like, black will have a fortress. The question is, can black then do something active and play for advantage? Ever? I doubt that. I doubt. Also, white has two a pawns, which is annoying. I mean, it's maybe not relevant, but it's just annoying. Oh, amazing resource here, by the way. A little rook c4 intermezzo. Very nice.
Wow.
Played,
wow.
No, Daniel is sharp. Daniel is sharp.
Rook c4.
Sharp. Sharp.
That's pretty.
Very sharp.
Wait, can he repeat? He
How
can
repeat?
just repeat rook b8, rook b4?
Oh, if he wants to, yes, he can.
And of course, you can't go rook a8.
You don't want to go rook a8 here. You can, but you don't want to. You don't want to.
You can't.
He can, but he also
he can repeat.
He can play for a win also. I mean,
of course, he can play for a win.
He probably should, but he could. He might repeat. I don't know. He might repeat. Yeah.
Oh, this is beautiful, Daniel Friedman.
Tough call. Tough call. To repeat or play for a win. What do you think he'll do? Because you know, if you get rid of the h3 bishop, there is prospect like a6, rook c7 somewhere. There is with some winning prospects for white, and I don't think there's much risk. But yeah, the risk is always there, of course. King g7, and then the rooks will come down. Yeah, he'll make a draw, I think.
I've got a feeling he's.
No, he's had enough.
You know, he's thinking, well, he wants a nice steak dinner, maybe a glass of wine. It's early enough. It's 6:15. Doesn't have to eat late. Does that ever factor into your decision over the board? What you're going to have for dinner?
Well. As I get older, you know, when I was a kid, like I was playing every game, and I never thought about what's going to happen after the game. And I remember sometimes my coach was saying things like, "Why are you playing it for so long? Like we are sort of like anyway, it was a draw, and we are now sort of you know, we're late for dinner and so." And at some point, first of all, I started playing opponents that are so strong that I stopped winning dead drawn endgames. Like I win better endgames still, but I don't win. I used to win dead drawn endgames back in the day, like complete dead drawn. I no longer do that, and so I realized that, you know, energy is important, having dinner on time is important, having time to prepare for the next game is important. So now actually it factors into my decision, and I'm a bit annoyed that it does, because I rather have it not. But yeah, I started thinking more strategically about tournaments as I get older. Friedman, meanwhile, is playing for a win. No stake for you.
No stake.
No stake for you.
Daniel says, okay. Queen c1.
No, Daniel's just not impressed. He was just the whole time thinking like, Maxim, what are you trying?
Yeah, he's not impressed.
Why should he be?
I agree, he shouldn't be impressed.
But I can't imagine the Maxim not holding this position. King f1 and just king g7. Such a safe king for black. And the rooks will just, after king g7, the rooks will start coming in. And white cannot consolidate this type of positions in a practical game against a player like Maxim. I think it's pretty safe for black.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for that one. Let's quickly look.
Bishop h6, your bishop h6 idea. Yeah, it's the whole thing came out as we predicted. Now bishop h6 is a big question. Yeah.
But he gets the king to g2.
The king comes to g2. That's the point of g3. There's no more knight d3 check, and the e2 square is under firm protection. So bishop h6 is completely not working anymore. Yeah, because there's just nothing. G3 was actually very important for that.
I like g3.
Yeah, it's smart. But there are other resources. So first of all, there's b5. There is this queen c5 trick afterwards, if you take twice. Yeah, queen c5, knight d4, rook e1. Oh, even, actually maybe not rook e1. No, maybe not rook e1 actually.
Does knight d3?
Bishop h6 is the cleanest, yeah.
Bishop h6
it's nice. And then, yes.
Overload.
And then rook e1, queen d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very, very pretty. Well, the b5 of course works.
b5 looks
but
like
it's not the end of the world. Yeah, AB, king g2 or. Oops. Because the knight on b4 is in the way of the pawn, yeah? It's a little bit in the way of the pawn.
It's not so straightforward how to reorganize your pieces here as black.
By the way, I don't understand, is Friedman playing for a win or not? Because now he allows rook b2. Does he allow rook b2? And rook c2, rook b4?
He can repeat. Oops.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious if he in general is playing for a win.
Be curious to ask him what he wanted.
Yeah, rook c2, yes. Okay, first of all, even takes on rook d6, maybe 4. What about rook b4? Why is not immediate? Oh wow, it's a blunder. Rook c8. After rook c8, queen c8, the queen is conveniently protecting the g4 pawn as well.
But it's not protecting a4?
Yeah, and then a6 and queen b7. It's hard for me to reroute my bishop.
And e3 is actually designed to prevent any future bishop d4s, I think.
It's still going to be a draw, by the way. Bishop h4, queen b7. I'll collect the f2 and I'll give up the bishop for the a pawn. I should. Yeah, rook a1 check, probably more accurate.
Rook a1 check. Much more accurate.
Yeah, now rook a2.
Yeah, and what Anish is saying is even if this...
Yeah, like let's say rook f2, rook f6.
By the way, king h3, am I in trouble?
It's nice, yeah, rook f3. Checkmate.
This is crazy.
Rook b2 happened. But after rook c2, he should... Is he gonna go rook b4? Maximka blundering the same thing as I'm blundering, it's amazing. But yeah, they're repeating. Yeah, no, it's funny, yeah, we blunder the same thing. That's why I say this engine is disturbing, because people are missing the same things that other people are missing. Yeah, just a draw. Strange way to reach a draw, but they reached it. I mean, could just play normal also. Yeah. Why to play so wild?
So we now know the answer. Daniel does want to draw. He could have gone rook c4, rook b4.
For example, or I don't know. Like I think he thought there is no real risk, so he doesn't mind the draw, but he also doesn't think he has to force it. That's probably the approach. By the way,
you stopped the clock. I don't know if that's...
Carlsen is being naughty, by the way, again. I can tell you that.
Mr. Carlsen?
Mr. Carlsen being very naughty again.
What's he done now?
Yeah, he's being a little bit naughty, simply. You know, this knight on f8 is nice, protecting the e-pawn. The queen is there on c4, c1. A bit annoying. Hard to find a move for white.
That is confirmed a draw. MVL, creative as always, but could have lots of different ways to make a draw. But Anish is not happy with Mr. Carlsen.
No, he's trying, a little bit here.
But how do you try with this knight on b4?
Well, yeah, it's not like he wants to do something himself, but he prevented white from activating his pieces, and at some point I'm gonna try to go for your f-pawn, yeah? I'm gonna try some queen e2, queen e1 check kind of stuff, maybe. I'm gonna try to soften you up. First of all, I can maybe try to go h5 first.
h5 here?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. And if you go h4...
You want to give me a check and attack my pawn like this, right? Knight g6 actually comes with tempo.
Yes, king h7, yeah? And the... Yes,
yeah, I don't like that.
Yes,
I don't like
the h-pawn is weak. And otherwise, maybe I want to go h4 and just in case have it there, so that whenever I win the f2 pawn, I will have some checks there, You're getting a bit cramped.
And there's no active plan here for white.
No, h5 is going to come, I think. I think that's the... h5 is the practical move here, I think. Is queen c5 a thing at all, or it's just terrible? Yeah, this endgame, yeah. Let's say take king f7. Like, what is this kind of endgame? It might be very stupid for white to do that.
But there's no way in.
Black wants this e5 knight e6, and the c pawn is actually maybe more of a weakness than a strength. Yeah, let's go e5 knight e6 somewhere. Okay, first bring the king maybe. Okay, I wasn't sure about king e4 here, yes. Okay, maybe knight e6 even, and then knight c7.
You just hold.
Well, first I hold, then I push you back, and then I take over. That's the plan. Knight c7, then king e6, then f5, then you will go back, then I will... like long term, your c-pawn is a bit weak. This queen c5 move is maybe dangerous for white to do. And if not queen c5, then I don't know what active move white has after h5. What active idea white has.
Magnus has not played h5 just yet.
He has options as well. Yeah, he might directly go for the f pawn. So first of all, let's say he can do like queen c1, queen e1 type of thing, which is just very forcing. But it might backfire because in the end, even let's say knight c6, yeah, even knight c6, queen f2, queen e8 type of thing. Yeah, you are not playing for a win here with black. Or knight d8, if knight d8 just, yeah, black is just by miracle holding here after queen e3. I'm collecting your knight simply. Okay, it's a Kramnik kind of miracle, which is definitely there, but it's still by miracle. Yeah, no, this is not a winning attempt. That's why I like to keep my queen where it is on c4. It's really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's keeping all the squares, you know, in check. Keeps the knight under attack. Black can also go at some point, maybe, but it's very risky to go a3. You can just throw that move in. It's a little bit responsible because now after queen c5 in the same endgame is no longer the same because the a pawn is just chronically weak. I can just play knight c2, knight a3 next. So yeah, a3 is probably too much, also doesn't really add much. I guess this h5 move is the best. I don't know what else he's probably contemplating something smart, but I don't see what it is. Don't quite see what it is.
All right, we'll keep tabs on that. Let's go to the.
It's gonna be a slow game. Huh?
It's slow game, yeah. Let's go to Kema against Richard Rapport, and with every move, it feels as though black is making progress.
Now f5 is.
F5 is the move. This
so
is
nice. The bishop is finally back to life. And this whole thing turned out very pretty. It was so ugly for so long, and now it's unfolding.
The Benoni is good.
Yeah, but you know, there's the thing with so many ugly positions, and I've seen, especially when top player like Richard or even Carlsen, when they have these ugly positions, they are ugly at that moment. So let's say when you go back to back to move 15, let's say, after GF. I mean, this is super ugly because the bishop on g7 is forever dead. Knight on b4 is out of play. You're collapsing now on d6, and on the king side you're going to be weak. Everything looks like it's collapsing. But as the game progresses, the dream comes alive. So the dream is that fe f5 happens. The dream is that c4 knight d3 happens, and the dream is that b5 happens. And in their games, when they are on a roll, all of these things that you want to happen, and then the ugly position turns into a very beautiful one. It's quite amazing.
The ugly duckling.
Exactly.
Turns into a beautiful duck.
Swan, I think.
Swan.
I think that's the whole point.
That's the whole point. Yeah.
You're missing the point, Lawrence, again. I was just telling you the whole thing, and you missed the point.
You're right. It's a swan. So this game could be called the ugly duckling.
Okay, I mean, still a long way to go because still the f pawn, of course, it's an isolated soft pawn. White still has the d pawn. White's issue is the knight on e1. Has it been on f4, it would have been all good. Knight on e1 is very bad because it protects from knight d3, but it means it cannot activate itself. As soon as it goes, knight d3 comes in. So white has some issues to solve. Oh, Maxika is here.
We've got a special guest. So what we will do is I will.
You get another upgrade.
We'll get. I'm just getting upgrade after upgrade.
Mr. Rollins.
Hello, sir.
I haven't seen you.
Long time.
Yes.
Put that on the side.
Manage.
You'll manage that? Okay.
Yes.
Well, we're here with the one and only Mr. MVL. It's been a while. When did I last saw you?
I guess Berlin.
Yeah, I saw you in Berlin. Right. How are you?
I'm alright.
Yeah?
Not playing so well, but...
Today was interesting. By the way, Magnus and Ding did draw in that line we just discussed, Anish, where he gave up the. We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's look at your game. Sorry, against Daniel. We're going to look at it from the white side, if that's all right.
Yeah.
You played your favorite Grunfeld. Where was the first notable moment for you? Because we felt as though around here, Daniel must have been very happy with the
Yeah. No, I mean, I knew after h3 the move is not bishop e6, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was. And, well, I was not so happy with my choice. Yeah, rook c8.
Rook c8.
This should be the move.
And if
I think it's something like take.
And you have e5, it gets very complicated.
Yes.
But you don't lose a piece.
No, I don't. And if bishop a7, knight f4. Something like this.
And if gf, queen g5, that's very...
Yeah. I couldn't remember the details, so I went for something that's a bit worse, simply.
So bishop e6 was bad, because now white really just has a firm plus.
Yeah, I can decide what to do. I mean, take on f6 every time.
Yes. f4 was ambitious. We were curious if he was going to go for
okay.
that.
I mean, I would have been happy at this
We would
point
have been
with
happy.
the situation in the tournament.
Right.
Of course, I needed a win.
Okay, well, Daniel went for rook b1. Very just trying to win
Solid,
this pawn.
yeah.
Very solid. And he just took, and you played queen a5, which is the best move. And now there are many ways he can go, and he went for a4, which is totally fine.
Yes.
And then we were shocked because we went to another game, and then we looked at the position. We said, "What happened?" So, because here after b4, yeah, you don't have to give up the queen here.
No, I don't have to, but queen a6 is going to be a draw, so...
And you were just wanted to fight, basically.
Yeah.
And you felt...
But yeah, it was unnecessary.
But this is running a risk, right?
Of course. I didn't.
But
didn't
how
catch
how confident were you that with best play you were going to at least hold here? Or were you just willing to, like, if you were like, well, if I lose...
I mean, I was willing to get a position that's a bit more messy, so...
Right.
Like I don't think it's losing also, because even if he gets the pawn on a7, I mean, I have a square under control, I have two bishops. I mean, if white plays, I mean, all the best moves, probably I'm lost, but it's like...
It's difficult.
It's still a big fight.
Yeah, rook b4 was fine. The critical move, though, was queen d7.
Yeah, there I wanted either rook c4, rook d8.
Yeah, rook c4, but apparently he can just...
Yeah, I understand.
This is a very difficult move to play, of course.
Yeah, and bishop g4, queen b5, but I mean, again...
What the hell is that?
Yeah. No, again...
Very tough.
It's probably lost if white plays all the best moves, but it's a big fight, rook d4, I mean, what's...
Yeah.
Like, I have two bishops, I can always create threats. It's not like, even when you get the pawn on a7, you're like, it takes 6 or 7 moves to promote. I mean, my pawn is going to be on h3, and some weird things might happen.
Well, he found another idea, which was very cute, to go rook c4. And after rook b8, he played queen c1, but I don't know why he just didn't go rook b4, which looked like the natural...
Yeah, of course.
Would you have gone rook a8 here to keep the rooks on?
No, I mean, to me the question was whether I take on b4, actually.
Okay, so you take on... yeah, you take on b4.
And I decided against, because here f3 is even... Like, if rook d1, rook g4, I mean, maybe... I mean, again, I'm probably worse, but it's a big fight, yeah? Rook h4, then bishop move to f5, I take the pawn on a4, I play h5, h4. I've never mated. So, you know, all sort of perpetual ideas as well.
Yes.
But after king g7 and move 27, no, I like rook b4. No.
Ah, sorry. This one, yes.
After f3, I couldn't find. If bishop d4,
Bishop
rook f2.
d4, rook f2, rook b1, king h2 simply.
So maybe there's something that I missed.
On here, but that's something like this.
So I just thought it's useless already to play for a win.
Queen c1 instead. Okay.
Yeah, I took.
King G7 is good. And
E3 and here, yeah. I mean, I couldn't find the plan because, I mean, whenever I move one of my rooks, then yeah, blackmail is happening.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do.
No, also objectively, I mean, if anyone is playing for a win, it's Daniel.
Right.
So I was like, okay. I mean, probably I missed some chance. So game before, like also more likely Vincent missed some chances at the end.
Well, Vincent definitely had a winning position.
Yeah. Yeah, but I thought in the early middle game I had good position,
yes.
and I simply blundered f5.
Yes.
And because instead, what do you mean, rooks?
Here, rook c8 apparently is very strong, but our engine is not working. But apparently, this is very strong,
But I even saw, but I didn't pay attention for some reason. Yeah.
Just take a6.
Yeah, and actually some mating ideas, yeah, because when I get the pawn on, like if I go rook d6, rook a8, rook g4, queen c8, yeah, already it's mate.
No, this time what's getting very tricky. Like maybe there are some lines where you can go after f2 pawn, like give up, let's say rook c8, queen c8, rook a6, a4, and go after f2, bishop
Yeah,
e4,
and then give up the
bishop somehow and try to pull the fortress.
Yeah.
yeah, you can get some fortresses.
Some number was already coming.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well, so you're now on 50%, is that right? Yeah. So Magnus drew against Ding. It looks as though, this position here.
It's a bit messy.
It's a bit messy, but yeah, it feels as though certainly.
I mean, if anyone's better, it's Richard, of course.
Right. With the bishop now open. And yeah, our engine is stuck, so we're using our brains. But I think it's absolutely clear that Richard is the one pressing, and he plays b5, which is of course completely in flow. And poor Vincent. I mean, talking about unfortunate. I mean, Vincent has had 3 winning positions out of the last 4 games.
Yeah. And
won none of them.
I mean, I can't even say 4.
Or maybe 4 winning positions out of the last 5.
Yeah.
It's been brutal for Richard, who.
Yeah.
Sorry, for Vincent, who.
But he was always getting short on time, I think.
This is a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, especially against Ding, I mean, like Anis delicately put it, there's some element of luck in chess. Because, like, I was shocked. I mean, I looked at the position live. With a queen, I mean, with Vincent a queen up, and I just assumed it's completely winning.
But it's incredible, it's not winning.
Yeah.
What an incredible endgame. And then, of course, not to win this position against Daniel Friedman yesterday with the king already on g3, you would.
Yeah, but already when they agree to a draw, it's a very tricky win to find.
Yeah.
And if you don't find it and push, you might lose because white pawns are also coming. So,
well, this is his position now. I don't know, Richard. I got a good feeling for Richard here. I really do.
No, I mean, I wanted to move the knight on e1 to a better square, but the problem is knight d3 is coming, so probably you have to do something else.
And the move is not obvious here.
Yeah.
No, this move is.
No, I mean, first move of the engine, which is knight d1, is not very natural, of course. It's possible to play it, but a move like queen f2 is
just giving up d6 knight b5.
Yeah, and then queen d7 is a bit tricky, maybe.
E5, queen d5.
Queen d5, I thought knight c3, so I thought queen d7 maybe a bit trickier.
And if knight c3, bishop d4, excuse me.
So queen c5 is the only move, but it seems enough. Because you have queen c4 check. Yeah, I wanted knight d3, but there's queen c4 check.
Very tricky still. Okay, well look, we've still got 2 more rounds?
2 more rounds, yes.
2 more rounds. Anything can happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm gonna be playing Richard tomorrow, the first game.
With white?
With black.
With black first game tomorrow, okay.
And I probably kind of need to win to
So time to go all in against Richard?
I mean, I guess so, because then last round is against Magnus anyway, so.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
you know, I mean, one or the other is an all-in game. So we'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, look. You know, we always like looking at your games. It's always entertaining. You always try and win. So good luck tomorrow. What more can we say?
Thank you.
All right. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Interesting games. Tomorrow he's got to really go for it. Let's have a look at the playing hall and see who is currently there. We've got a clear out of the top boards. There are still some boards from the Open tournament taking place. We can see at the far end we still have some action there, but in terms of the classic tournament, we've only got this one game remaining. Vincent with 6 minutes, Richie with 21 minutes. This is very, very bad news for me, for Vincent. This is a position in which in 6 minutes, I don't know, you can easily burn 2 or 3 minutes per move here. None of the moves come supernaturally.
No, it's not easy. Like Maxime pointed out, what you want to do is move the knight from e1. I have to say, okay, this queen f2 I don't like at all. D6 pawn I would hang on to it for dear life and only give it up for a queen trade at least. This move knight d1, I really doubt I would see it, but if I would see it, I would play it because it is a very nice move. You really target the knight on b4 and you reroute the knight that can be rerouted. It's a very strong move, and I think after knight d1, immediately the tables, they don't exactly turn fully, but white's play becomes much easier. So I'm not saying the move is easy, but if you do by accident come across it, you will discover very quickly that it's very strong. The question is, what about knight e2? It's a bit more natural way of doing the same thing.
And that's exactly what he just does.
Yeah, that's kind of how humans play. But
it's a big blunder.
Well, it's an exaggeration, I guess. It's a blunder as such, but it's less accurate.
No, it's a big blunder. Rook e6. Rook e6 just wins the pawn. It's a huge blunder.
Yeah, the difference is that after queen b4, the knight is hanging on e2.
Yeah,
right?
That's the big difference.
Queen b4, rook e2.
And now the king is bishop d4.
Yeah, no, it's not the same. The knight d1 is very different. But knight e2 knight d1 is a very weird.
Very tough move. Yeah.
I guess if he had more time, he would have settled on it eventually. But yeah, it's just hard. Also, you know, knight d1 is one such move that, like, if you were commentating without the engine, we would never come across it.
Never ever.
But when the engine shows it, then
it becomes
it's a very good move, and it's very easy to explain it. I mean, you attack the knight, the knight on e2 is hanging, so it doesn't hang. Like, it's very easy to explain. It looks very good. I mean, but you just need that engine to give you the move, yeah.
That would make life easier.
Yeah. No, but then also say, like, afterwards and after the game, like, if let's say people would be like using engine assistance. Okay, if I use engine assistance for every move, I'll explain you every single move. You will not catch me by me looking stupid in postmortem. I will afterwards say that, yeah, of course, you know, I was thinking about 92, then I saw that. That's not the point. It's like, you know, they were talking about Fischer. You understand what he does, you just can't replicate it. But of course, yeah, 91 is very clear and clean. But I'm sure if we are sitting without the computer, we just not somehow come across it. It's just not in our, you know, not one of the move candidates. Just so.
And what's, I guess, important is that after knight e2, rook e6, knight e4, we have queen takes d6, which is really
that's, of course, yeah, it's simple, but it's key.
It's, you know, playing on unprotected
rook e6 is also very difficult.
Yeah, rook e6 is definitely not a given here. Rook e6 is
but you can find it, of course. Again, you can find it. There are many options, of course, you're thinking about here as well. I mean, you have a check on a7. You might think about knight c6 as well as an option, because after queen d5, th8, the knight on e2 is hanging. So knight c6 is also not completely stupid.
Queen d5, king h8, the knight on e2 is hanging, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It kind of continues. Yeah. I don't know. Knight e4 looks just bad because of bishop d4, rook e5. And I'm just kicking you out, right? And I just collect afterwards the d6 pawn. This just looks very bad. This just looks losing. I don't know what's the point. It's queen d6.
Yeah, I think once you lose the pawn,
this looks just like you lost the pawn for nothing. But somehow knight c2 and the coordination comes back. Yeah, it seems that knight on b4 was vital. Yeah, once the knight has gone from b4, apparently things turn around. Queen a7, queen c5 is very cool, by the way. Just ignoring the deep one, letting it go one move further, but no more. It's also a likely candidate. I mean, chess is not really played like by humans, like by computers. So we don't consider all the moves. We pick one move first, and if we like it, we'll just stick with it. So we don't explore other moves very often, especially a move like rook e6. So it's a very high chance that Richie will focus all his time on queen a7 and just play it. So all is not so obvious in practice. All not so obvious.
He finds rook e6.
That's fine, rook e6.
That's why he's the best.
Yeah, he's not the best though. I mean, he's very good. He's not the best.
He's the best.
He's not the best. I mean, he's great, but he's not the best.
He's the best to ever come from Romania. Is that?
He's not even okay.
Okay, sorry. He's from Hungary, but
yes,
he's
well,
definitely not the best from
he's
Hungary.
Well, not definitely. I mean,
actually, there's an
Peter
argument.
is amazing.
Peter?
Okay, Peter is by far has more achievements to his name, of course, because he's almost become world champion. He played a championship match. Some ancient Hungarians, Portish, right?
Yeah, no,
Portish was world number 3-2.
Yeah.
No, it's hard for Richard to compete with the Hungarians.
Even Judith, you know.
Yeah. Judith. Okay, but Judith, let's say in terms of ranking, if you if you don't look at the genders, let's say just purely at the rankings, comparable, I guess. She was in top 10. Richie also was in top 10 at some point. Might come back in there. But the Romanians, now that he's playing for Romania, some amazing Romanian. There was this player, Georgiou. I don't know exactly how highly ranked he was.
I don't think he got to.
He was probably not ahead of Richie, right? But he was very high ranked.
But
I guess
Richie, he's Hungarian in his heart.
You can, true. He's not competing with the Romanians.
No.
Nisipiano was of course very good,
of course, but wasn't as good as Richie at his peak.
The player called Mihail Shuba, was he also?
Yeah, but he was never. I played Shuba.
Oh, it's amazing, seriously. You played all the
I played all the
OGs.
old guard, yeah. I beat Shuba actually.
How old are you? I was like 18, 19.
I'll be 40 soon.
Yeah, how did you get to play all these people? When was that?
Opens, I mean, I played Shuba in the. He's not with us anymore. I think he died. Did he? Or have I just made that up? I might be just completely insane. And massive apologies.
Yeah, I know him
if I
like
made that up.
Big,
I had
big
a
icon
feeling
of like the hedgehog poster.
Yes,
right?
he had a great book
famous.
on the hedgehog.
Ah, that's where I must know him from. Yeah.
Hopefully.
So when did you play him? Which year?
Not that long ago, probably about between, I would say 10 years ago, in an open in the south of Spain.
Ah, okay. So you're somehow playing all these opens. So and sorry.
I play all the old gold when they're way past their prime.
Yeah,
basically.
I see.
Played them, Korchnoi. You know, it's just I've been blessed to play these legends.
No, but Korchnoi, though, to be fair, some young people caught him. Like Fabi suddenly played a bunch of. I think I never played Korchnoi actually ever in any game.
Right.
But Fabi caught him a few times. I mean, he caught
did.
Fabi rather.
And he beat Fabi in Gibraltar, didn't he?
Yeah. Fabi and Korchnoi, they go way back. But some people, Karpov sometimes shows up in Bundesliga. Speaking of,
he did. I haven't seen him for a while actually, but
true. But he showed up around 2013, 14, 15, somewhere at that period.
But he'll be getting on. He's a bit older now, is Anatoly. I mean, he must be
of course
close to 70. I guess he's 70. Close.
I have horrible memory for years.
Rook takes 5, by the way.
Yeah.
Wow. So rook takes e2.
Yeah, it's a fourth line now. Rook e2,
yeah,
queen e2, only move, I
rook
guess.
e2.
Queen f5, queen e8.
Queen e2, queen f5, queen e8.
If bishop f8, then d7, I have queen f8 as well. Bishop f8, d7, also not fair. I have knight c6.
d7, knight c6.
Yeah, d8, take. Okay, you are worse here with white.
I mean, this is horrible for white.
It's horrible, yeah. But there is also queen f8, which is maybe more. But maybe queen b5, bishop d4 probably is just winning there. So you have to go. How clear is queen b5, bishop d4? Can you show me? King g2.
Queen f2.
King h3.
Oops. That's definitely not the move. Queen f2, king h3. We give another check. Knight g2. But this is
bishop f6.
No,
it's amazing stuff. So if the point is if queen b4, then queen f5, queen f3.
That's amazing.
Okay, this is some sick stuff. I mean, from afar, yeah? You see it already once you're there, but from afar.
But you can't see that from afar. I think you stop somewhere.
No, probably bishop f8, knight c6.
He's going to play like that.
Yeah, that's
100%.
normal. Yeah, that's normal.
This is what
it's also good enough to go for.
And it's professional, right?
Yeah.
Because you just reached this position. Bishop f8, d7, knight c6, d8, take. And you just sit here and you just think, well, this is the
very
dream.
limited material, and the bishop on f8 is pinned, so all black has is a queen.
Just king g7.
But I'm going to give you checks, so I'm not going to let you. If you are in time to bring the king out and give me one check, I'm dead.
It's over, right?
But I'm going to check you, and whenever you're going to hide with the bishop, I'm going to pin the bishop. So basically, you can only play with your queen, and you have very limited material. If I win, even if with black I win the knight for the c pawn, it will be still draw because I can sack the knight and then hide with my king in a corner because it's the wrong color.
So if you sack the knight for these two, right?
In theory, somewhere in the endgame, right? So there is some drawish tendency here, even though it's unpleasant. There are some chances for black to save. You can see, by the way, exactly how Magnus drew. Can we see the last move?
Yeah.
Just to see.
It was very much the line that
we mentioned that line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He basically went after the f pawn and
yeah. He decided there's nothing in there.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. The computer also wasn't showing anything, but I was just somehow hoping, thinking he'll, find something to keep it going for some reason. But he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. He's ahead, right?
Tournament situation is.
Yeah, he's ahead. That's why he was so relaxed. He was okay with the draw. That's fine. He was chill. That happened, yeah. Yeah, rook e2. So what else? There is no alternative, right?
I mean, you have to take.
I don't see that.
He takes, so we're going to get this line. Takes. Queen e8 check will be played.
Let's see. No, queen f8 it is possible. For Richie, it's possible. Let's see.
For Richie, it's possible, yeah. d7 bishop f6.
Because that variation is very direct. d7 also is there, yeah. But we are talking about queen b5. I think queen b5 is the move that's going to prevent you from playing it. By the way, queen b5, queen d6. How hopeless is that? Is it completely? Yeah, queen c4, king h8 even. Just how drawish is that?
I think Vincent's got good chances.
Yeah, here white is thrilled to get this.
Thrilled.
Very easy to play. Yeah,
you just have the light squares, king knight f3, king g2.
Knight king g2 and then come at me, yeah?
Yeah. And then any queen trade is an immediate draw.
Exactly, yeah. No, of course black will try knight d5, knight d3, but it's not so easy.
No, I don't think he'll play this. I really think he's going to go with bishop f8. He's going to try this line because the knight is so restricted on e1. But it's Richie, Richie can play anything.
Yes, you never know.
Like, I would bet you would play bishop f8 here. Like, Anish Giri plays bishop f8 here.
Well, the temptation is the reason it's so likely that bishop f8 comes is the variation is so easy to calculate.
Yes.
And I like such variations like bishop f8, only move d7, knight c6, only move d8, take, I'm better. Like, it's very easy. And queen f8, there is already two options. There is d7, there is queen b5. Queen b5, okay, some kind of check, king g2, king h3, it's all murky. Like, it's a much tougher line to calculate. But okay, in a classical game with a lot of time on the clock, of course, I would also realize that maybe I'm winning here, and maybe one of the two moves is going to be winning and the other is not. So then, okay, it's an important moment to take your time and maybe try and find that accurate win. So in a long classical game, I would think long, but I guess in a rapid, bishop f8 is tempting. Okay, after queen f8, also white can of course hang on. Yeah, so the best move is d7. Yes, bishop f6, and now bad version of that same thing, but okay, d8, bishop d8, queen b5. Now we don't have bishop d4 check. So this is not.
Okay.
Okay, king g7, very strong. Now queen c4, you have bishop b6 check again. Yes, this is collapsing. Queen f2, queen e1 simply here. Just two pieces and no checks.
You very importantly protect
you don't have perpetual, of course, with so many pieces on the board. So this is not happening. So after queen b5, king g7, not down that line. So queen e8, queen f8, no queen f8. Yes.
Sorry, queen f8. Yes.
Yeah, here in that line, queen f8, d7, bishop f6, d8, bishop d8, queen b5, king g7. Yeah, he played bishop f8 like normal person.
Yeah. I had a feeling he would do this. Vincent short on time.
Actually, yeah, basically white was not fully lost there too, but yeah, this is. Yeah, now he's going to milk that position. It's by the way looking very good for black.
Milk job, very tough to play as white, very tough.
Is that a thing, milk job?
No, it's not. Not for this broadcast.
No. Okay, I mean, this I was wondering why. Okay, you are a professional English speaker, yeah, or native, whatever. Okay, milk chocolate.
Some people have debated that.
Whether you're a native speaker? Or?
Well, theoretically, I'm born in England. My mother tongue is English, so that would qualify me as native. But
I mean,
some people would.
You're faking it very well. If you're
I'm faking it extremely.
Yeah. Your fake British accent is
I'm
also
not
amazing.
I'm not Nepalese. You would know immediately.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, d8 equals queen. Takes.
So okay, just to sum up, I'm not going to use the word milk job, yeah, in my
my
job interview.
Yeah, no, that's definitely one we should avoid.
It's also what my intuition told me.
Yeah.
So what I saw is that black sometimes gets before b3.
Well,
and
that's the point. I mean,
it's huge.
It's just huge. I mean, how do you play this position with white? It looks disgusting. You always have to be worried about a check. It's just like knight g2, queen b1 check is the end of the game. Immediate.
You have so many ways to lose it.
You can just lose immediately.
Yeah, if I get before b3, I'm so
I might
close
just go b4 here.
Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, what's the issue with that? I mean, there's no issue at all.
There's no issue at all. It's just the move to play.
Yeah, and then I go b3,
and then you just go c3 and
yes,
push. That's it.
No, this position holds for white is close to a miracle to me.
To me, I look at this and I think I rate Vincent's chances of holding this at like less than 5%.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it is that small. 1 in 20 only, yeah.
Yeah, because I just don't see you have to play some random. What do you do after b4?
No, but there is a scenario where Richard blunders into a queen trade. That's where Vincent. That's how Vincent's gonna save it.
The move queen h4 is just not even a move. It's not possible.
Yeah, king g2 is amazing because it's also not at all.
It's just not a move.
Not at all.
Queen e4 check.
Yeah, you just allow a check.
It's just not a move.
You want you want like queen d, but yeah, you don't want queen d2 because that unleashes the bishop.
Yeah, bishop c5, and then but actually queen d2, bishop c5,
king g2. Yeah, that's maybe. Okay, you always have this c3 b3 thing to take into account.
Take queen f1, king h3.
You wanted to bc. I thought b3.
bc b3.
No, but actually also maybe just b3 without c3.
Just b3.
Yeah, queen d2 check and b3.
I think 5% is being generous actually.
Well, I don't know. I mean, hard to say.
Okay, maybe that's
position is objectively drawn, so to give him like 1 in 20 is very, very bold. Maybe.
But 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Okay, he's going to go b4, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's see. So this is the move here. This is the key moment. I think queen d2 is like a 99% shot here. Wow. I think there's just no.
But there are like
move.
queen e8 as a move.
Queen e8.
Because I want to stay with the pin. Queen e8, I like this. The
b3.
Yeah, and okay.
I just.
And then whenever I go queen e2, I'm controlling more squares than on d2. So.
Yeah, but you've even got to worry out for like c3, bc3, bishop c5, king g2, queen f2 check.
Yeah, I have taken knight d3, but yes, that's a worry.
Oh!
Yes. This is kind of how you don't win this position, but it's a worry, yeah, some idea like that.
And that's why I'm not the best.
That's why Richard is the best.
That's why Richard is the best.
So you've established. Richard's only the best.
Okay, I mean, look.
Yeah, sometimes you have this position where you're looking at some engine moves and all the top ones are not logical and you are wondering like, okay, which one the guy will pick, and in that moment usually the guy makes just a bad move because people don't pick from these moves that you see on the engine screen.
There's just no way the move queen h4 is going to be played.
And okay, also king g2. King
g2 is just an impossible move. So it's either queen d2 or queen e8.
I mean, it's all possible. King g2, queen e4, king f2, you've improved your position, but it's just
not possible.
The problem again is it's not one of the moves you go deep into. It doesn't pass the initial test.
It's just not possible.
He has 1 minute. Yeah,
it's not possible.
Tough spot.
Queen h4 is impossible. King g2 is impossible.
Also, he keeps. You remember that rule of when you don't score, they score to you.
Yeah.
So that's the rule that we see here unfolding.
I've never been more confident. If I could bet on this game right now that Richard wins, I'd bet like everything.
People are gonna lose money afterwards and complain.
That's all right.
First,
I said
first trend
and
advice
this is
to buy
not promoting
Bitcoin.
any form of wagering or gambling. Queen d5, that can't be the move.
He was going to d2. Yeah,
D1.
wow.
Okay.
You guessed the move. Yeah.
No, he went all the way to
to
D1.
D1.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's the same idea. But it's
to
still
D1, really?
It's still because he wants to control.
Bishop c5. No, he couldn't have gone to D1.
Yeah,
Bishop
he went to D1.
But there's Bishop c5, Queen f2, no?
King h3, Queen f1. And he's even pinned, and it's just mate.
And going forward, yeah,
King
amazing.
g4. It's not
Okay.
mate.
Well, yes, but do you really? He really
Oh no, it
allowed
is mate. h5. King h5, Queen f5.
But he really put the queen on D1.
You put the queen
can
on
you
D1.
confirm? Do we
Yeah,
have,
I can see it.
Do
next
we
to
have the
knight.
eyes on this?
Yeah, it's
situation?
over.
But it's absolutely insane, that move.
Okay, it's just over. Queen f1, King g4, h5.
Okay, I mean, maybe it's mate, maybe it's not, but like, do you want to find out? It is just mate also.
Yeah.
It's h5, bishop e7, queen f5.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's...
But I told you I'd put the house on it for a reason.
Yeah, I mean,
I told you it was 5%. Maybe I was being generous.
No,
with
probably
5%.
you were right. No, I mean, I thought he was going to lose this game.
You can't hold this position.
But
as-
not like mate
no.
e5.
Yeah. Queen f1, King.
That's true, it was a very opposite position.
And now he realizes it's mate after h5. He just knows it's mate. There's no other move.
Yeah, but it's normal that it's mate, like, you know.
h5 is just.
It's either mate or not usually. And now
That's
it's
it.
mate. Yeah, Richie is
knows.
rocking his.
Richie's rocking, and there's a Queen f7. There's just nothing.
No, it's of course the battle of two.
Vincent's disgusted.
Battle of two amazing hairstyles. I mean, both of them.
Yeah.
And Richard is taking this one.
Yeah, he is.
He's got a better hair.
And I think Vincent's already thinking like, where did it all go wrong? But you just could feel the momentum shift was just brutal.
So unfortunate for Vincent how this tournament's going. He's at the bottom of the standing, but he has got, you know, he's got so many chances.
Yeah, incredible.
And he played so well for so many moves, but chess is rough.
Just cruel as hell. Big win, massive win for Richard Rapport, by the way.
Huge.
Massive,
huge,
huge. Bounce back day for Richard after a brutal day yesterday. He wins 2 out of 2 today. Does Richard Rapport, having beaten Ding in round 7, now beats Keima in round 8, and that means that he's only half a point behind Magnus Carlsen going into the final day. I believe there's only 2 more rounds left. 10 rounds, right?
Amazing.
Pairings day 5, we can see there the first round tomorrow. Ding playing against Friedman. These guys are not really fighting out. Carlsen Keima, that's brutal. I mean, poor Vincent now has to face Magnus with black.
Well, poor until he wins, yeah? Then he's suddenly not poor anymore.
Until
so
he
it's,
wins.
You know, let's talk about who's poor, who's rich after the game, but a tough pairing for sure.
Tough. But Rapport Vachier-Lagrave, that's going to be an exciting one because MVL still, he knows he has to go all in, and Rapport understands that as well, so that should be fireworks, and that's going to be good fun. All right, there you go. We've still got lots of people in the playing hall enjoying all the chess. We've still got the Open tournament taking place. However, we are not looking at any of those games. We will keep you updated for, of course, the winner of the Open tournament, because the winner of that tournament will get entry to this tournament next year. But at the top of the hour, it's a bit like in news, at the top of the hour, we're going to sign off for today. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Anish. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow as well.
It'll be lovely.
It's been a day of action.
There's a lot of new words today, so
a lot of new words. A lot of action today, a lot of misses, a lot of drama, a lot of ups, downs, lefts, rights, and how cruel this game can be. Poor Vincent, Ding, your heart goes out to all of these guys. It's so tough. But it is Magnus Carlsen still in control of this tournament. Will he bring it home? We'll find out tomorrow. See you then.
Bye.
like g takes f5.
So
bishop takes d6, I believe, was the game, yeah.
So bishop g5.
Yeah, I think this is normal. Bishop f4 is normal.
Yes.
Gf5, bishop takes d6 was their game, and I think here black took on a4 if my memory doesn't trick me.
Wow.
Which was pretty bad because take knight h4. And I will reveal a huge novelty for black was rook e8, yeah, instead of taking on a4.
So that's one of your novelties, is it?
Yeah, gigantic novelty. Like I think basically only move which is on +1, but you know, for free, yeah, on the air just today.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's free magic there for you, rook e8. So
I think queen d2 was pretty bad. I mean, I don't know how bad it was, but it just felt odd, yeah. Like I mean, the whole struggle is around the f5 square and d6 pawn and everything, and he kind of gives me this tempi with rook e8, and then c4 knight d3 also is kind of
really nice
in the air. I don't know how is the position. I was more afraid of like potentially him sacking an exchange somehow, like ef5, taking on e1, okay, and maybe like trying to take back his rook, knight d3, knight d4, or something like that. It doesn't really work, I think, concretely. Like knight d4, yeah, like to hold the
knight d4,
or like rook e6, all the usual suspects, some kind of sack. But I don't think it really works because of b2 is too weak, yeah. And then if it doesn't work, I'm just on time to maintain normal position, straight out of the opening, yeah. So overall, I would call this a success. It was a bit strange, to be honest with you, because like normally people are playing c3 bishop before, right? If you want to play the Benoni, since this line is pretty bad for black overall. But I was a bit surprised because against Magnus he went knight f3, like c5, okay, normal Benoni. But against me he went knight c3, yeah, expecting to get an even better Benoni with white, yeah. So I felt a bit like, okay, felt a bit like he was being, a little bit pushing me not to play it, you know what I mean? So I figured I have to...
You have to test him.
Have to take the challenge, yeah, and entering it regardless.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, as the game went on, you took here, g3 we felt was okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure instead of g3, I thought of an insane move for g4. But
no, this is the best move actually.
Probably it's very bad, because I calculated this line bishop h6 takes, I mean this is not working for black, but this would be principle, takes king g2, queen c5, and here I think he can just, sadly for me, run with the king to g5, so queen f6, check, king h3, check, queen h2, king g5, and if I'm correct, I mean it's just finito, yeah? So I saw this line, I thought, okay, g4 bishop h6 doesn't work, I will figure out what to play if he plays g4, but I felt like maybe it's a little bit scary for him to do this.
It doesn't feel like a Vincent move either to push this forward.
I don't really know what
g3 definitely felt like a Vincent move.
But overall, after g3 I was pretty happy to get my bishop into the game, and I feel like black is totally fine here. I mean, it should be, at least.
I think once you play f5,
I think if black is not fine here, something is really wrong with the opening. And then, yeah, here I felt like I had options, but instead of b5, but like, okay.
Around here, we were getting confident, and knight e2, rook e6 is brilliant, but he had to find the move knight d1, which is a very tough move to find.
Yeah, I saw knight d1 as a move, but overall I was like, okay, there are so many options, I cannot, just
of course.
Start calculating, especially on his time, so I will see what to do when it's played, yeah.
But knight e2, rook e6 was fantastic.
Yeah, here I had a difficult decision, actually, funnily. Not here, I mean afterwards, queen h8, like what to block on f8, but I went with the practical solution because I don't see anything after playing so much chess a day. But like queen f8, d7, bishop f6 looked very close to me. Like now I thought knight g2 was maybe annoying.
No, I think he should actually give the queen.
He should do this, yeah.
And then take on b5.
Yeah, this I would have entered actually. So I thought like knight g2 was annoying with the idea of bringing a knight, but probably I missed something concrete. But it's very like concrete position, like I have very clear plan, he has very clear plan, he might be on time, he might not be. So
yeah.
I didn't want it to do this, so I felt like bishop f8.
We felt like that was the best practical decision.
And then afterwards I think he just blundered with, obviously just blundered with queen d1, but like queen d2 I thought more or less okay. I mean the position is better for black, but
We felt like this position was almost unplayable, but...
I based on my previous games, nothing is unplayable. So.
No, but I said I estimated Vincent's chances with a minute left to hold this position feels very tough.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, the computers do believe that white does hold here, but it's not straightforward. In fact, I think the computer's main move here was to go king g2, which is just insane.
Sure, check.
Yeah, check, and then, I don't know, some improve
Go back or what?
I don't know, here or something.
Maybe king f2, yeah, something crazy.
King f2, bishop c. King f2, you can't play bishop c5, right? King
Maybe,
f2.
yeah. I don't know. Very strange stuff nonetheless.
Yeah, and I just said, from a human perspective, it felt impossible to play like this. So I was very confident that here you were probably going to win. I thought it was a good practical choice to block with the bishop. So congratulations, the Benoni is it's working, and it's you've been playing it for years, haven't you?
Yeah, it was my childhood opening, you know.
Yeah.
So I kind of stopped it because then chess engines, you know, got to me as well, and I realized, okay, it's pretty bad. But yeah, in rapid time controls, okay. Plus, anyway, the way I play chess in general, that positions are not avoiding me, unfortunately. So I figured in this rapid tournament, like, why not to have some fun and try to take some chances and maybe get a game with black, which seems to be the case like with more or less everything in chess. Yeah, if you are Magnus, you win Benoni with both colors. If you are me, okay, not really. So.
Well, that's not the case today. You did win today, and it means that you are only half a point behind. Who do you play tomorrow morning?
Good question. I know either Dania Friedman.
Oh, you play Maxim. You play Maxim.
I don't know whom, but
I think you play Maxim in the first game. Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be a big struggle because Maxim is also fighting for the places. So that's going to be good fun. But it's been a long. I mean, even though they're rapid games, the days are still quite long.
Yeah, they're too long.
They're almost too long. So thanks for coming. Good luck. It's always a pleasure analysing your games, and tomorrow I'm sure we'll get more of the same.
We'll see.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Rita. Okay, cheers. Okay.